It's the NFL on EA Sports, where London will play host to a different kind of football. It's the Dreadnoughts and the Bulls, next on Madden Football.
EA Sports coverage of the NFL International Series brings us across the pond. We're in North London and the impressive Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So good to have you with us. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson, Greg Wild, first month of the calendar in the NFL. Had some great games, some finishes that were pretty special, the usual surprises. Now, we hit October, and like you say, this is where the season really gets going.
Yeah, doesn't it just feel like on the NFL calendar, every month kind of has its own vibe, right? It's September, you're just starting to figure out how good you are. You don't even know how...
We are set for football in the NFL International Series. Great to be back in England, and off we go from Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in North London. And this will work out quite well. They'll get it all the way out to the 30-yard line. This crowd ready in anticipation, their offense taking the field for the first time. Led by their quarterback, league MVP in 2019 and 2023, Lamar Jackson.
Last week, when you go back and watch and study this tape, Mike, the problem is at the quarterback position, you need to be a difference maker. Last week, they were trying to overcome his poor performance, and you're just not going to be able to do that week in and week out at this level. Your quarterback has to be a driving force. He has to be a productive player within your system, and when you turn the ball over the way he did last week and not really lead to any points or any real sustained success on offense, that is a hard combination if you expect to win. So they're going to need more production, they're going to need more touchdowns, and they're going to need less turnovers. It's asking a lot. It's a big change from last week, but without it, I don't know if they can expect the results to ever change.
That's complete, and it is Beckham. They get 15 on that game, and that will be a first down.
These third down conversions are just so important, Mike. Everybody stresses we want to possess the ball, give our offense as much opportunity to end as many drives as we can, scoring points. So if you want to stay on the field, you better be good on third down.
Again, it's Jackson. Nowhere to go. He is taken down.
The offense goes from feeling really good about the previous play with a real nice pickup to then on the ensuing play ending up going the complete opposite direction. Really nice job here by the defense immediately getting back on track. And what do the coaches say? Just play the next play, and that's exactly what they did.
He's across midfield. And he'll be very close to a first down. Won't quite have enough, but now a much more advantageous spot. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. They put the tight end Brown in motion. Third and short, Jackson. Right back to Brown. He's got it again. And he will not quite get to the marker. Good job there defensively. And now, decision time. What are you going to do on fourth down? They'll try it now with Pacheco. It's a gain of 10 as they get the conversion on fourth down.
The goal of every offense, Mike, is to find a way to establish a balance between the run and the pass. With some success here early on the ground, will open up things as the game unfolds for the quarterback in this passing game.
They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for first and 10. They'll stay on the ground and stay with Pacheco. And he surges forward for a gain of about 5. They'll break the huddle. It's second and 5. Now Jackson. He's got it at about the 8, and he's going to be taken down.
Well, this is how you dream up the opening script. You get the ball first, and you want to go down and set the tone for the rest of the game. Well, it looks like the coaches did a great job when they built that script during the week. But that big-time throw, they got a shot now with 1st and goal to end this opening drive with a touchdown. This pass rush is continuing to make their presence felt here in the early going, and for this quarterback, he's lucky to at least get rid of that ball because they were on the verge of recording their 2nd sack, and we're still here in the 1st quarter.
He'll swing one out wide to Pacheco. And he will not get away. Terrific open field tackle. Gets him down behind the line. So can the defense come up with the early stop here on 3rd and goal? Jackson up top again. To the outside. Catch made by Brown. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. On for the field goal now, it's Brandon Aubrey. This, about as short as you can get. Aubrey's kick is good. And the Blues will take a 3-0 lead.
You know, they did a lot of good things on this opening drive, Mike. I know they stalled out once they got down there into the red zone. They're going to need to work on finishing some of these drives as this game moves along. But that's a good 3 points to start this game.
And a solid run back there. He'll get this out past the 30-yard line. So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time. And they're led by the #1 overall pick back in 2018. Greg, it is Baker Mayfield at quarterback.
He's coming off a really nice 3-touchdown performance in last week's win, Mike. But outside of that one errant throw, he did a really nice job of protecting the ball and was seemingly in control the entire game. This defense all week, they talked about trying to bait him into making some mistakes, so he's got to be careful about falling into the trap. If he does that, I tell you what, I really like their chances.
Once again, it's Herbert. He'll try to get back to the line, but it's not happening. Gonna lose a yard. It is 3rd and 10. From the gun, it's Mayfield. And that is incomplete. Amari Cooper was the man he was looking for. And it's going to be 4th down. Dreadnoughts getting ready to punt this skyward. Rashid Shaheed back to return this one. But he cannot get away. Great job down there to hold him to a short return. A 1st down throw for Jackson. And he's taken down on what should be the final play of this 1st quarter. So just a lone field goal in the 1st quarter of play. It's a 3-point game here early on. More from the International Series in London after this. Here's 2nd and 6. Here's Jackson. That's taken in by Khalif Raymond. And that's a 1st down. It will be a gain of 8. A give here to Pacheco. Not much happening there, just a short game. Here's 2nd and 9. From the gun, Jackson. This pass complete to Raymond. And he is out of bounds, but not until he's inside the 40-yard line. They get 25 on that connection. That's enough for a 1st down.
Now, this is the epitome of a really short throw and a really nice run after catch. And listen, for a quarterback, it all counts the same. You don't always have to throw the ball downfield to generate explosive plays, and these drag routes can be very, very effective.
That is caught downfield. It's Shaheed. And they are in great shape. He's taken down inside the 10.
If you want to score points at a high level in the NFL, you have to generate explosive plays. And after that big chunk pass play, they find themselves now down there in the red zone, and this is where you have to finish drives.
Now a chance to pay off that big play. They have it 1st and goal. Off the play fake. Jackson. That's to the end zone, but they can't connect. It's incomplete. He was trying to get it to Odell Beckham Jr. there, and it'll lead to a 2nd and goal. To the air one more time with Jackson. That's hauled in at the 2. To the goal line and in. Khalif Raymond. Touchdown, Bulls. It's his 2nd touchdown of the year.
Now remember back, Mike, their first drive, they had to settle for 3. So they definitely didn't want to have to do that again. So really solid drive from start to end, and they're finally able to cap it off with a touchdown.
Aubrey, good with the extra point. And the Bulls are out to a 10-0 lead. Big crowd on hand. They love American football. These games grow every year. The English crowd is ready, and off we go from Wembley. Nice job by the return team as he takes it across the 30-yard line. The Dreadnoughts offense ready to take over for their 2nd possession. And nothing doing from the offense just yet. Down 10-0 as they come up with 1st and 10. They try to use that size to push forward, but it's not going to work. Defense strong up front. And they're going to get him down behind the line of scrimmage. Last play went the wrong way. It sets up 2nd and long. It's 2nd down and 12. Out of the shotgun, Mayfield. The throw, left side, complete to Pearsall.
These are the play calls, Mike, that offensive coordinators use to just get their quarterback and their passing game into some sort of rhythm. Easy pitch and catch, get the ball out of his hand, see a completion. These typically, as the game goes on, lead to bigger and bigger gains. Here's the quarterback doing everything in his power to extend this play, and none of his guys could get open. You got to see someone separate, work with your quarterback, go into scramble 2nd reaction mode, and let's also give some credit to the back end doing a nice job plastering with their assignment, and he had no choice but to throw it away.
And he's going to be brought down after a short return, and that's where his team will get possession of the football. Here's 1st and 10. Play action now. Jackson. His throw left side is complete. And he is out of bounds on the other side of midfield. First catch for him on the afternoon, and it results in a 1st down.
What a luxury that certain teams, when they have a guy like this, I mean, not only is he the big target, but then to have that size and speed to run away from these linebackers and do so much of his damage after the catch.
Taking off, and he'll be taken down as we tick down to the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes to go here till halftime. Greg and I back to London, England. After this, an enviable spot to operate from. Here's 2nd and inches. From the shotgun, here's Jackson. That's over the middle, complete to Brown. And that's a 1st down. It will be a gain of 8. Jackson looking to throw. And that one's incomplete, but a late flag comes in. Looked like he might have gotten there early. So here's a 1st and 10 now, down inside the 20. Jackson. Now a quick throw, taken in by Brown. And he can't get away. They rally to the football on defense and bring him down for no gain. Jackson now on 2nd down.
You just can't say enough about how hard it is to play cornerback in today's modern NFL, Mike. I mean, not only are these wide receivers better than ever, but the way the rules are written, you're really out there on an island with not a lot of options. Your technique has to be perfect. Your timing has to be perfect. It's exactly what we saw here, and he makes a great play on the ball.
From 6 yards out, it's 1st and goal. Here's Pacheco. He slowed up quickly as he gets this down to the 6. Now another timeout called by this offense. They have 1 remaining. Clock will stop with 34 seconds to go until the break. Here now, 2nd down and goal. Now, Jackson. It is brought in the end zone. Khalif Raymond, touchdown Bulls. That's his 2nd touchdown so far here in the 1st half. And that is number 2. Greg, he is off to some kind of start in this one. 2 quarters and 2 receiving touchdowns.
Mike, this is one of those situations where as a defensive coordinator, you've got to give your group an answer, because right now, they don't have one for this guy.
We are set for football in the NFL International Series. Great to be back in England, and off we go from Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in North London. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. But Dreadnought's offense going to get it one last time here late in the opening half. They trail this one 17-0 now. Really need to find some inspiration, some momentum on this drive as they'll begin here with 1st down. Now this offense going to use the 1st of their timeouts as it comes to 22 seconds remaining till halftime. Open man, that's Amari Cooper. 17 yards on that play, and that will be a 1st down. Now Mayfield. Now he takes off. And the quarterback scrambling, maneuvers his way back to the line of scrimmage, but that's all he can get out of that one. On 2nd down, Baker. Complete. Ridley on the reception. Well, he's brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up 3rd down. Mayfield to throw. That's going to wind up incomplete. Not much time remaining. Time for one more snap here in this 1st half.
You can't fault the quarterback on this one, Mike. He really didn't even have much of an opportunity. By the time he hit the top of his drop and got his eyes downfield, the defense was all over him, and he really had no choice but to just get that ball out of his hand and live to play another snap.
Halftime now at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium and the NFL International Series. As we head back stateside to Orlando, Florida, check in with Jonathan Coachman. The coach has the EA Sports Halftime Report.
We saw a terrific 1st half from the dual-threat quarterback, Lamar Jackson. He came on after a slow start to fire 2 second-quarter touchdown passes and give his guys the lead at the intermission.
They love American football. These games grow every year. The English crowd is ready, and off we go from Wembley. And he's brought down right at the 35-yard line. The Dreadnoughts offense looking to get back to work as we begin this third quarter. The deficit is 17, so they got to start cutting into it soon. See if it starts here. 1st and 10. Throwing is Mayfield. This one complete to Ridley. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8.
It takes a certain guy in that slot position to be willing and able to go across the middle of the defense on those in-breaking routes. You can tell this guy, he doesn't care. He is fearless going across the middle, and he's able to secure a nice catch.
And the struggles continue. He's dropped behind the line again.
The offense thinks that they can just kind of plow this one up there in the middle and keep the chains moving, but not on this defense. Not only do they not pick up the first down, but after suffering that loss, now they've got some decisions to make on 3rd down.
Calvin Ridley was the intended receiver, and that's going to lead to a 4th down. The Dreadnoughts set to kick this one away. Looking up through the raindrops. No issue there, though. Fair catch, called for, and taken successfully. The Bulls offense. And Lamar Jackson getting set to take over once more. And we run you through the highlights here. It has been a very big performance from the quarterback's position. Instrumental in leading and executing, and now trying to finish strong and take his team to the finish line. Shaheed in motion. On play action, here's Jackson. And this throw batted away and incomplete.
And the success of this play, Mike, all comes down to the timing of the defender. You get there a little bit too early, you risk pass interference. You get there a little too late, it's a big pass completion. Timing your hand and playing through them.
The pressure, too much, and he goes down.
Defense came out in a soft zone, and I think it caught the quarterback a little off guard. He was trying to attack them downfield. By the time he was able to get through his progression to his check down, he ran out of time, and that's all the pass rush needed to get into the backfield and bring him down.
And he'll gain some yardage here, but that is not nearly enough for the first down. So it's going to bring up 4th down.
Even though they gave up that last completion, Mike, that's a really good drive there for this defense. I mean, from the beginning, on those early downs, keeping them from staying ahead of the chains, put them in a tough 3rd down situation, and now it brings up 4th down, and looks like they're going to get off the field.
The Dreadnoughts offense back onto the field for their next possession. They'll start out 1st down and 10. Drive start here on the ground, and it's Herbert. And he'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
At this point in the game, Mike, we just haven't seen a lot of fire out of this offense. Here's another run, simple handoff, no gain.
Open man, the tight end, Hooper. Third down and 9. They go play action with Mayfield. Give him 11 on the scramble and give them a new set of downs.
And that just can't happen. 3rd and long, just understand, contain the ball, rally tackle, just get the ball carrier on the ground. Not only not able to get to him inside the pocket, he's able to extend the play with his legs and pick up a huge, long 1st down.
From the 39, here's a 1st and 10. Here's a run up the middle with Herbert. And nothing on that one, back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it.
What makes great linebackers stand out from the pack is their instincts and their vision. In this case, the linebacker has his keys, brings him right where the ball is going, and he's able to make a play at the point of attack and keep this to a no gain.
And he will take this down, close to a first down. Pickup of 9. They've got him a yard short of the sticks. 3rd and a yard. From the gun, it's Mayfield. And on 3rd down, that ball incomplete.
I think the biggest issue and why they find themselves trailing in this game, Mike, has really just been the ups and downs of this passing game. At sometimes, he's highly accurate and efficient, but at others, he just misses too many easy throws. The question is, are they going to be able to overcome this quarterback inconsistency and pull this game out? Anytime you find yourself kicking in these elements, Mike, you just can't take anything for granted, especially when it comes to your plant foot. Your balance, your control, your footing. It's so important, and give credit. He does a great job here able to put that one through.
The Bulls offense ready to get back at it. As we look back at some of the highlights of this one, you'll see a lot of them, Greg, coming from the passing game. They've done a nice job picking the defense apart.
Yeah, and I think that's the right way to say it. It hasn't necessarily been just a bunch of deep shots, a bunch of explosives. It's been more methodical. It's been precise. They've really been all over their execution, and this is about as close to a complete performance as you're going to see from any offense throughout the course of this season.
Jackson now to throw on 1st down. That's dropped off for Pacheco. And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down.
All right, so there's really 3 areas that a modern NFL running back has to excel at. Number 1, the traditional handoffs. Number 2, you have to be excellent and reliable in pass protection. And maybe bigger than all of them, you have to be at least serviceable out of the backfield in the passing game.
Here's a 2nd and 6. Back to throw, Jackson. His pass taken in by Shaheed. They'll mark him down up at the 44-yard line. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. A run up the middle with Pacheco. And a good job following his blockers, a gain of 7. It'll be 2nd down. Once again, it's Pacheco. And he's not going to get away. They'll knock him back to his own territory. They get him on the other side of midfield.
You know, at this point, the defense has to sell out and stop the run. You know exactly what the offense is trying to get accomplished by keeping the ball on the ground. But now the question remains, are they willing to take some risk here and put the ball in the air on 3rd down? Or do they play it safe and keep running the clock by keeping the ball on the ground?
He'll try to run for it. Give him 11 on the scramble and give them a new set of downs.
This is the point in the game, Mike, where on 3rd down, you have to get off the field, and they do a great job. They defend everything in the pass routes, nowhere for the quarterback to go with the ball, but they don't keep him in the pocket. They let him escape, picks up the 1st down with his legs. They're going to be able to run more time off the clock.
And a good run there. Going to get him 5 yards. Off the play fake, he'll look to throw. Shaheed with the catch. And they will take him down at the 20-yard line.
An interesting decision there by the play caller to put this ball in the air. Mike, you're up by 2 scores. Traditional wisdom says, hey, we're up by 2 scores late in the 4th quarter. We've got to keep this clock moving. You don't want to risk an incompletion. Now, they convert. They're able to secure the catch and pick up a fresh set of downs. That's going to enable them to continue to burn more clock. And without a stop,
and he's going to take this all the way home. Isaiah Pacheco. Touchdown, Bulls. Greg, that's one of those scores where it's not completely over, but it's getting to be about that time.
Yeah, Mike, I just think they're entering miracle stage right now, and I just don't think there's any coming back from this deficit.
On for the PAT is Aubrey. He gets it to go, and the Bulls extend to a 24-3 lead. We are set for football in the NFL International Series. Great to be back in England, and off we go from Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in North London. And a decent return there. He'll get this up just shy of the 30. This team's offense ready to see what they can do. Things not looking good. But see if we can get the turnaround going here. They'll start this drive with first. In trouble, and he's going to be taken down. Work to do now as they come up on second and long. That's complete to Pearsall. He's going to be taken down, but there's a late flag in the backfield that might give him 15 more yards. Set to go now on 1st and 10. To throw is Mayfield. Pass caught by Pearsall. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. Baker to throw. That's caught left side by Cooper. And they're going to work this down inside the 45.
Every once in a while, it just comes down to you need somebody in the huddle to just make a play. And it wasn't a whole lot fancy here. The quarterback just dumps the ball down, a quick underneath completion, and then really it's the yards after catch that did the rest. And that's what it takes. You're not always going to have the perfect play. You're not always going to dial up the perfect play against the perfect look. Sometimes players need to make plays, and that was a good one there.
They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
This is one of those situations that plays directly into the hands of the defense because think, Mike, they know this offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs. They clog up the back end. And at the end of the day, there's just no...
That's in the end zone and intercepted. Picked off by Cam Taylor-Britt.
So much of that play comes down to the defender's position. Being able to get himself to a spot, to get his hands on the ball, and a chance at that pick. Mike, when that ball was thrown, me and you are sitting here saying, that's a touchdown. And instead, they force a turnover, and now their offense is back on the field.
The Bulls offense ready to get back at it. Right about now, they might be thinking, are we sure we want an off week next week? They're going to head into the bye with momentum as they try to polish this one off. On the ground to start the drive with Pacheco. And he's fighting to try to get back to the line of scrimmage, but will not do it. This is going to be a loss of a yard.
Well, they try to get the run game started here early on this drive, Mike, and they're just going to have to do a better job up front. There's really nowhere for this ball carrier to go. You never want to lose yards on first down, but that's exactly the case here.
They will not get this one off. It'll be a delay of game.
Delay of game. Offense. Still second down.
He'll get this out wide. And a good job rallying to the football. Holding just a gain of a yard and sets up third down. So the handshake's down on the field following a good win here. And it will be a long but happy flight home as they earn the victory here in London. So that'll do it for us. For Greg Olson and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. So long from London.
It's week 5 of the 2024 season, and we've got a showdown in the AFC North. It's the Snowhawks and the Caps, and it's coming up next on EA Sports.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. And just like that, the season has reached October. Joined by Brock Hewer up here in the booth. I'm Kate Scott. And Brock, I don't know about you, but I always feel like the smells start to change in October. It just really starts to smell like fall, smell like football, second month of the regular season. And these next few games take on a greater importance moving forward.
Gosh, I wish I had a sense of smell. Mine is so bad, but I love what you're cooking right there. And I love this stretch of games because
Daniel Carlson ready to get us started. And we're off from Columbus. Returning it from the 4. Good looking return here, and he's got room. And great starting field position here as they bring him down beyond the 40. So out comes their offense for its first possession of the game. Leading them out in year 11. He's played 15 or more games every season in the league. A real Iron Man, Derek Carr.
And Kate, you don't have to look beyond his performance last week as really a root cause of their loss. I'm not saying the only cause. Others certainly had a hand in it too. But you aren't winning a lot of games in this league.
It's intercepted on the first play of the game. Henry To'o comes up with it. And it's a pick 6 as he runs it in for the touchdown. So we start our game off with a touchdown, Brock, but not on the side of the scoreboard that we were expecting.
Yeah, first drive on defense, the goal is to get off the field, maybe even flip the field with field position. But to score points yourself, that's not something they honestly considered too much. That is until he started that return, baby. And they saw things lining up perfectly for it to happen.
Daniel Carlson on for the PAT. The point after splits the uprights. And the Snowhawks will jump out to a 7-0 lead. A quick chance at redemption after that pick 6 as it's sent away. Fielded at the 7. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. Their offense headed back out for its second drive of the contest. And they didn't have much time to recover from that pick 6. Need short memories here as they head back out. Carr trying again after the pick. He's throwing deep to the left side. And this is going to end up incomplete. Really aired it out there on first down, but just couldn't make the connection. No dice on that prior pass. Here's second down. Back to the air, Carr. Pass complete, 2-2 Atwell. And a nice gain here, but it stopped short of the first.
Kate, one thing I learned from the late, great Mike Leach is, yeah, the system was called air raid, but it wasn't just attacking downfield. His philosophy, and it played out right there, is you have to attack every inch of the field, both vertically and horizontally, without routes or in routes just like that.
He was too far downfield at the time of the pass. Gotta stay within a yard of the line. That'll back him up.
Still third down.
Following the flag, it's 3rd and 7. Working out of the gun, it's Carr. He finds Kincaid. And he's gonna get this up close to the 40 before going out.
You know, I like the completion. You never turn down a completion. That's just not the right throw to make in that spot to move the chains.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. Broke through the tackle. He gets him out of the deep part of their half. This is out across the 20. So here's their offense, taking over for the first time here. Leading them out to the 10th pick of the draft, coming off that national championship in Michigan, J.J. McCarthy.
Kate, he's had some time to work past their last game, and he needed every second of it. A 4-interception game isn't easy for anybody to move on from, even for the shortest of memories. He's got to get his head right this week. This team needs him to deliver.
The throw finds Evan Ingram. And he's out of bounds, just a step short of the 40. The end result there, 15 yards and a first.
You know what I like about that, Kate? I like that they're not coming out slow. They're willing to go with some looks here that will yield big yardage down the field instead of just settling.
Zach Taylor decisive. He's got the challenge flag out there.
Previous play is under review.
We're all watching that sideline here, seeing where those feet came down.
And no matter what they rule here, Kate, that was an outstanding effort just to make the catch.
Yeah.
Now we got to look and see, did he get both feet in with possession?
All right, so that challenge is unsuccessful, but still a chance to earn a third one if their next challenge leads to an overturned call. Throwing on first, it's McCarthy. That'll be caught by Adam Thielen. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on first down. Well, it opens up the entirety of the playbook for second down. And the third and short in your back pocket, you can get even more aggressive and take that shot.
And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs.
You know, Kate, if you notice those guys that love to feed themselves on the field, right? They love to just get more and more. They're hungry for even more. I'll tell you what, that tackle, it prevented something that's going to be a lot bigger, but that back remains hungry.
Here's McCarthy, 1st and 10. And he's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there. When you saw the field, it's going to be second down. Man in motion here. 2nd and 10, McCarthy. Throw complete to Thielen. And they're going to haul him down a step before the 30, right at the 31. It's a gain of 12 there. And it'll give him a first down. From the shotgun, McCarthy. Pass complete to Wiley. And he's able to drive this to the 29 before the stop. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down. Putting a receiver in motion. On play action now, McCarthy. His pass caught by Allen. And he couldn't quite get the edge. He goes out of bounds and maybe gets back to the line. It's 3rd and 8. Need to get a chunk here. Back to the air, McCarthy. He throws a bullet deep. Big gain downfield. And that's caught in the end zone for the touchdown. The Snowhawks get another 6 to make this a 13-0 game. Well, whether he stays the go-to guy the entire game, we will all judge together. But no doubt about it, on that opening drive, Brock, he was the star. Bunch of catches and a touchdown to begin this one.
Yeah, I think this is twofold. Number one, you love to get this guy started early. He's a playmaker. He's a difference maker. Number two, this defense, well, they better be on high alert because this offense feels like they have a matchup they can attack, and that time attack a third time for 6.
Carlson all set now for the kickoff. That's going to be taken in at the 8. They'll have decent field position to begin with here, Brock. He's tackled just beyond that 30-yard line. Now this offense ready to head back out. And Brock, these guys are still searching. They are still searching for their first points, but beyond that, they don't even have a first down yet.
Not even one?
No, they're still searching. I know. Carr now on 1st and 10. It's another first half mistake. He's intercepted again. Henry To'o comes up with it. And the Snowhawks take possession as he makes his 4th interception of our season.
I know he started to play as a defender, but gosh, he looked good, didn't he? Running it back, he looked like a receiver navigating on that return. The way he saw the field, he evaded obstacles, and he chewed up yardage in the open space. Well, it'll make those offensive coaches and teammates proud. We've seen defensive players get touches on occasion, and I think he just gave himself maybe a look on that side of the ball down the road.
So here comes this offense for its 2nd series of the game. And I'm pretty sure, Brock, they hadn't even all sat down on that sideline yet to rest. And now they're right back out there with a great chance to repeat. And the catch is made for the touchdown. The Snowhawks pick it off and get points on the ensuing drive. It's a Keenan Allen touchdown. Well, they certainly wasted no time in making that turnover hurt even more. They looked to the end zone on the very first play, Brock, and they connected.
You know, Kate, I love it. It was an ambush to begin the drive. They attacked that end zone against a defense who was out there on short notice and not ready for that sudden change they talk about.
That one splits the uprights. And the Snowhawks push their lead to 21-zip already. Carlson all set now for the kickoff. He fields it from the 8. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. The Caps and Derek Carr about ready to get back to work. And they're still looking for their first signs of life on offense. Haven't even been able to get a first down off this defense just yet. Carr with it on first. That finds his man. It's Keon Coleman. And he's going to go out of bounds. Looks a little short on the 35. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4.
Brings up 2nd and 4.
They'll run here with Tajay Spears. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
Kate, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your third downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
Has him on the quick hitter. This is ahead for about 5. DJ Reed brings him down that time. That'll be the end of one in this AFC North battle. Hopefully no shortage of excitement coming up in the second. More coming up after this quick break. We're back, and we'll join this drive already in progress to begin quarter 2. They've got 2nd and 5. Finds Kincaid. And they had that one contained right at the line. Diamador Lenore there on the stop. Chance to move the chains here on 3rd and 4. Throwing again, it's Carr. Got him deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out! It's picked up by the defense. And the nightmare continues as they bring the fumble back for a touchdown. The Snowhawks were running away so far. We've got a 27-zip game. Like a freight train leaving the station after scooping off that fumble. Oh, he got moving on his way to the end zone, Brock. Nice hustle from the big man.
Is there anything more fun than seeing these big old human beings get their chance to get on a scoreboard? You see how it just ignites everybody.
Carlson to tack on the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Snowhawks continue piling on to this lead. Nice little energy on their sideline after that fumble return scored, and with plenty of energy, he'll send this one away. This one's fielded at the 4-yard line. This return makes it up to the 25. Their offense running back out now. And this drive, they need to come up with some type of answer because, well, Brock, we can almost hear those engines starting to gear up. They might have a boat race coming.
Yeah, I think everybody in the building can feel it. This has been so momentous one way, and as a competitor, you have got to stop that slide.
Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5.
Brings up 2nd and 5 at the 30-yard line.
They go play action with Carr. It's caught. This is Tajay Spears. And that's good for a gain of 5. P.J. Locke getting there for the stop. So not a holding call. One of the linemen actually too far downfield that time. That's what drew the flag.
Still 2nd down.
Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now. Slot man motioned over. 2nd and 10 now. Dialing up a receiver screen. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it stopped.
I really like the timing of that screen call to the perimeter. Get the ball in space to operate and turns into a nice gain.
Throwing now, 3rd and 2. Complete to Coleman. And he'll go down, and we'll say right at the 39-yard line. They have themselves another 1st and 10.
First and 10 at the 39-yard line.
From the shotgun, Carr. He completes it in traffic. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short.
At the 47-yard line.
Carr here from the gun. And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And then brings up 3rd down.
That was a situation where he got the time in the pocket he needed. There just wasn't anyone open to throw it to. It got to the point he had 2 choices as that clock is going off in his head. Force a throw and risk a pick, or just get rid of it and cut your losses on the play.
Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Dalton Kincaid, the intended target. And now they're left with 4th and short. Corliss Waitman on to punt. Ooh, it's away, but he knows he mishit that one. Headed for the sideline. No return on this one. It's going to make it out of bounds and across the 25, spotted at the 24. The Snowhawks and receiver Keenan Allen making their way back out. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. And while one sideline has 0 points, this offense, well, they have had 0 issues so far getting into that end zone.
They are
trying to get away from the pressure, but he can't, and they drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
Did this defense ever need that or what? Just a step in some kind of right direction. Hopefully now they can build on that sack and claw their way back from this pretty slow start.
All right, here we go. 2nd down. Another try following the sack. Caught by Deebo Samuel. And it's a nice gain, but still not enough for the 1st. That brings us to the 2-minute warning here in Columbus. It's the Snowhawks looking at 3rd and 4. McCarthy throwing here. It's taken in by Williams. That one goes for 17 yards and moves the chains.
This dude's just simply got a nose for the marker no matter how they get him the ball, Kate. Hand it to him, and he sniffs out that 1st down. Get it to him on a screen, and it's no different. He surges ahead and keeps this drive moving.
1st and 10, here's McCarthy. And 2 yards is all he's going to get before he's caught. Drew Tranquil brings him to the ground. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down.
At their 49-yard line.
From the shotgun, McCarthy finds his target, Allen. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. 3rd and 4 coming up now. The play clock ran all the way down there, and this is going to cost the offense.
Delayed game.
Man in motion wasn't set in time, just couldn't get a snap away before the play clock expired.
Still 3rd down.
After the flag, they've got 3rd and 9 to figure out. Operating from the gun, it's McCarthy. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Ball and defender arrived at the exact same time there. And they're going to be stuck with a 4th and long. The Snowhawks getting ready to send this one flying. He punted a couple of times last week in their loss, and now gets this one away. And that's out. We're just waiting for the spot. They're going to say it cleared the sideline over top the 14. This offense getting to take the field one more time in the half. And with field position and the clock against them, probably not going to see anything of substance here before halftime. Yep, as expected, they go to the ground to start this one off. And they're on him after about a 2-yard gain. Peyton Wilson getting there for the stop.
2 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and 8 at the 16-yard line.
We're through 2 with the Snowhawks overcoming that home field advantage. They've got the lead at the break. Now we'll get you down to Orlando, where Jonathan Coachman is waiting to deliver the EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll get started out in the capital city of Austin, Texas, where you see the final score there. 13-12 the final in a tight one. From there we say, so long, America. Hello, England, as we head over the Atlantic to check out the action in London. And as you see, they were winners earlier this afternoon. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. The highlights from the first half, all one-sided. This one got out of hand early, and now you have to wonder how these teams will approach this second half, because this one's already close to being in the bag, if it's not already.
Thanks so much for the look around the league, Coach. But now it's time to turn our attention back to this one as we begin the third quarter. Kickoff taken at the 3. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So their offense will have it first to begin quarter number 3. And unsurprisingly, Brock, a great day on the scoreboard so far for him. Has him with the advantage as we move through this third quarter. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. They'll go play action here. It's McCarthy. Complete. It's Ingram. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. They pick up 20 yards there. And that'll give them a first down.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. And a lot of times it's for shorter yardage, but sometimes things break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
Great start to the drive. They're up in the neighborhood of midfield after just one play. Throwing on first, it's McCarthy. Wiley hauls it in. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. Second half starts with a run by Williams. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
I'm not kidding you, Kate. A run of that length at the NFL level, honestly, is the equivalent of a run of 15-plus at the high school level. It's hard in the run game to make yards, and they just got a very successful one.
Doesn't get much beyond the line, a yard at most. And like his dad before him, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. on the tackle. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Motion man is the tight end here, going left. From the shotgun, McCarthy. This is hauled in by Ingram. He's contained at the line for no gain. Minka Fitzpatrick in on the stop. Drive in dire straits. It's 3rd and 9. They'll put one of the tight ends in motion. McCarthy throwing on 3rd down. Connects with Wiley. And he's short of the first after a mild gain.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, when you can make a play in the open field, keep them short like that, I promise you some money will follow. A lot of them may make it look automatic, but you get this deep, and those field goals are far from a certainty. It took all his concentration, every bit of his strength, to send that puppy through.
Has this at the 6. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. The Caps are being led back out there on offense by their quarterback. And as we can see here, it hasn't been the easiest game for him to operate out there, right? Number of rough moments for him. This defense able to pick him off twice to highlight their performance against him. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Spears running behind center. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few and got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
They run once more with Spears. Gets it ahead, has about 5 yards. That was Micah Parsons making that play. Give him 5 on that play. Now it's going to be 3rd down and 6. Putting the tight end in motion. Carr throwing on 3rd. Complete beyond the marker. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot. 1st down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Now the shotgun give to Spears. And he's caught after a gain of about 2. Mike Hilton getting up there for the tackle. He gets a couple on 1st, and they'll come up 2nd and 8. They're going to stay on the ground with Spears. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. A couple yards on the run. It's 3rd and 6 now. Working out of the gun. It's Carr. Cover man is there, and he harmlessly knocks it away. Incomplete. Trying to force one through there. And they're up against it. 4th down coming up. Here's the Caps punt team now. Corliss Waitman will kick it away. And he sends this away. Definitely his best kick of the game thus far. That hits at the 9, but nobody around to grab it. It carries all the way into the end zone for a touchback. That excitement brings us to the end of the quarter. They'll have a shiny new set of downs to play with to start the 4th. This one, well, it has been a rough watch for the hometown guys. Their side getting blown out as we begin the 4th. Offense ready to begin this drive, 1st and 10. Here's Williams to start the drive. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
I know from the position of the quarterback, Kate, sometimes you hand that ball, you put it in the belly of the running back, and you send him right into the teeth of a buzzsaw. You can feel it from the jump, and that call from the defense, well, it came at the perfect time.
And they bring him down right around the 23. A gain of 4 for them. That sets up 3rd and 7. And this one doesn't go far.
Those little short throws, they are high percentage and certainly bread and butter, but they really run the risk of a quick tackle just like that and being stopped short of the sticks.
They're out now, ready to punt it. And this will be his 2nd effort of the contest. He sends this away, and oh, this is going to be a field flipper. The fair catch taken in at the 28-yard line. The offense getting set to go. Well, we all know at this point, turnovers the big problem for them in this game, Brock. And not surprisingly, the defense has capitalized on those mistakes on more than one occasion to their benefit.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that can be tough to win football games in spite of, right? But over the test of time, turnovers are the #1 thing that cost you games, especially after that first one. Once there's blood in the water, you feel it with the defense. They get all over you trying to force another turnover.
That's complete inside the 35. And that is a touchdown. The Caps putting up points in a game decided. I love plays like this, Brock. Sometimes you just gotta ask your dude, show me what you got, man. Show off those wheels, and he did just that.
Yeah, beauty in simplicity, right?
Yep.
Now, when you run that fly route, you gotta win right from the jump. And you gotta protect yourself from the sideline, too. Don't get pushed to the boundary. Give your quarterback room to throw it up, and you can find pay dirt.
Not really much of an avenue left for a comeback in this one, but they still have to try the onside kick here. And they recover this one without a problem. The onside attempt fails. And he's down. Looks like they made the stop at the 46-yard line. Another drive coming up for this offense. Even though they've got a 3-score lead, still a lot of time left, so they're going to try to grow it even further. New set of downs for him from the 46. They'll give it to Williams on the option. And he's brought down for a loss.
They say about great outfielders in baseball, there's just something to them. They've got a knack, a feel, and instinct to take the right line, the right angle. For safeties, to create tackles for loss in the run game, it's the exact same attribute and skill set. Got to take that right angle and then go finish that runner.
And it's a nice gain, but still not enough for the first. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Another run for Williams. And the defense was ready. They got him at the line. No gain on the play. That brings up a tough decision for them on 4th down.
You want to see the term read and react with a little video in the football dictionary? That's it.
Daniel Carlson on for this field goal try. This from the right hash and a considerable distance. And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And that grows the lead to 27.
Yet another shot across the bow of a ship that's already sinking here, Kate. He could have made that field goal. Heck, he could have turned around and kicked it directly at his coach because it feels like they've got this one in hand.
And pretty solid field position starting out here, Brock. He's tackled at the 29. Now this offense getting set to work here. And all game, they have struggled to attack this deficit. Maybe they can do a little window dressing here. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Carr setting to throw. Gets this to Kincaid. Don't think he's going to get much, if any, as he heads out of bounds right near the line. 2nd and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here. Throwing his Carr. It's caught. This is Tajay Spears. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped. We're down to the 2-minute warning here in Columbus. Caps trying to make it look a little nicer on that scoreboard. They come to the line here, and this is 3rd and 6. Here's Carr. Working the sideline, that's Coleman. And this play heads out of bounds. Marker down, though, Brock. Could be some free yards here. So after some careful consideration, they're going to go ahead and decline the penalty. Carr now on 1st and 10. And his pass is going to fall incomplete. Looking for the back that time. And now it's 2nd down. Throwing again, it's Carr. And the cover just too good there. Didn't find a throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up. From the shotgun, Carr. Connects on the crosser. And they make the stop as that play reaches the 14-yard line. And they've got themselves another 1st and 10. Working inside the red zone. Finds Kincaid. And he's brought down a little short. No, actually they do give him the 10-yard line. Second down now, 7 to go.
Pickup of 3 brings up 2nd and 7 at the 10-yard line.
Carr here from the gun. And he finds him in the end zone for the touchdown. The Caps making the scoreboard look a touch better. Now, this one has been a long game, no doubt. But, hey, something positive to look back on there.
But they didn't quit, Kate, and I know that sounds a little cliche at this professional level, but it really is an important thing. This one will still hurt, but they showed some execution and fire.
Here's Reichert set to kick this away. Here's a return from the 7. Coverage team tracks him down as the return reaches the 35. This offense ready to get going again now. And even with 3 timeouts left on the other sideline, they have this one wrapped up. We'll see if they even use those timeouts. Drive begins with a run. It's Williams. And he gets his offense forward to the 44-yard line. Pickup of 8 on the run, and that sets up 2nd and 2.
It's a gain of 8. Brings up 2nd and 2.
So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with a win. And they take their first skirmish with their division rivals, with a chance at a sweep awaiting them later in the year in their building. With Brock Ewart and our entire crew, I'm Kate Scott. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. The Snowhawks are your winners, and we'll see you next time from Columbus.
It's week 5 of the NFL, and it's brought to you by EA Sports. It's the Tigers and the Steamers, and it's all up next.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. And just like that, the season has reached October. Joined by Brock Ewart up here in the booth, I'm Kate Scott. And Brock, I don't know about you, but I always feel like the smells start to change in October. It just really starts to smell like fall, smell like football, second month of the regular season. And these next few games take on a greater importance moving forward.
Gosh, I wish I had a sense of smell. Mine is so bad, but I love what you're cooking right there. And I love this stretch of games because it makes a lot of teams contend.
Here to begin this one is Cameron Dicker. And here we go from Paris. It's It's Keyshawn Nixon with the return. He's stopped on the return at the 27. So here comes their offense for its opening drive. They'll be led out by the final quarterback taken in the first round of this year's draft. A lot of experience from Oregon and Auburn. It's Bo Nix.
Bo Nix entered this league as a grown-up. 61 college starts will do that for you. A ton of college experience. And Bo Nix is a facilitator. When he is at his best, that ball is in and out of his hands in an absolute hurry. If he were a point guard on a basketball team, he'd want to go up and down the court and get it out of his hands as quickly as he can. He's accurate, he's tough, he's experienced, and he's poised for this challenge of the NFL.
At the 27-yard line.
It's Nix out of the pistol. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete. Gonna have to wait a little longer for his first catch of the game. And things look tougher now with 3rd and long. Shotgun snap to Nix. Escapes the pocket. He's running for it. We've got a break in the action. Looks like someone was shaken up on the play. Medical personnel out now to attend to him. On 4th down, it's the veteran Tress Way who's out for the punt. And I imagine they were hoping they wouldn't need to bring him out so soon into this game. Punt meets him at the 28. And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. So here comes this offense as they get set for their opening drive. Bringing him out, coming off a tough rookie season as the top pick in the 2023 draft is Bryce Young.
A bit of an uneventful outing individually last week, Kate. A touchdown and a pick for him, but the lasting memory, well, there's no question about it. Walking off that field with the loss, that stings. No doubt he feels he could have done more to prevent that result, so expect to see a motivated individual taking snaps here this week.
And he'll be met near the line to limit the gain to a yard. In on the tackle is Jonathan Cooper. A look at his numbers on the ground from last week here. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Now Young. His first throw is an interception. And he takes this one back for the pick 6. Well, that certainly wasn't the end result he was after there, Brock. A big play to start the scoring, but we can definitely say this was not his intention, letting that pass go.
No, a lot of game left, though, and that's a positive. And you know what? He's going to have a chance to totally redeem himself after that one.
Young Hui Koo on for the point after. Extra point sent right down the middle. And the Steamers will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Well, Brock, hopefully some short memories on offense as they get it right back here on the kickoff after that pick 6. That's going to be taken in at the 8. This return makes it up to the 25. Here comes their offense out again. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Young back to it after the pick. An alert play defensively there. He got a hand on it to tip it away, and that makes it 2nd down. Young looking to throw. It's complete to Higbee. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Hey, I know it's tough to evaluate when you're playing at game speed, when there's chaos all around you. But if he looked around, I'm not sure that's a throw he would make again. Even one of the biggest targets, big old tight end, couldn't fight back to the line of scrimmage.
He beams one deep right side. And they can't connect on the 3rd down deep shot. Love the courage they had to try it, but it's incomplete, and now we've got 4th down. The Tigers getting their punt team out there. And this is the first time he's been called on today. And that fair catch brought in just beyond the 30-yard line. So no return on that punt. And they're going to take over possession. Ball at the 33 for 1st down. Out of the gun, it's Nix. He'll get this complete to Westbrook-Akine. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. That chunk worth a nice 21 yards. And it sets up first down.
From a great throw to a nice route and catch to moving the chains. There wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
One play in, and this drive is already into enemy territory. Left side cut by Lazard. He's forward, gets a couple of yards. Tackled on that play by Isaiah Simmons. 8 yards to go. Well, let's see how they approach this second down.
At the 44-yard line.
Play action with Nix. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. Third down coming up.
Sometimes I wish everybody could feel what that feels like. When you're a QB and you just feel the air in the pocket getting sucked out and you know there's no escape, it can be just one heck of a deflating feeling. Not for that defense who puts a sack on the board.
Caught by Lazard. And they make the tackle at the 38.
You know, Kate, I never get frustrated with completions. Never turn down a completion, but in this case, you really did have to look beyond that route. Not enough to move the sticks.
And that one is not where he needed it to be. It is off and no good. And it stays a one-possession game at 7 points.
Well, once you get out beyond 50 yards, everything in the process has got to be perfect. It's a good effort, but it's going to wind up off the mark.
Now outruns their offense to take over. They're still in search of that first down of this game, Brock. Hoping to put together a drive and avoid calling on the punter again. Out of the shotgun, they'll give it to him inside. And he drives into a pile of defenders and is stopped right at the line. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Young on the play action. Able to find Strange here. He gets it ahead, winds up with about 3. Tackle made by DeMarcus Lawrence. Let's see what they draw up on this 3rd and 7. Out of the gun, Young. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through. That's going to back them up and bring up 4th down.
Whatever could go wrong for him so far certainly has. And so many times when we see a QB throw an interception early, it just starts to get in your head. That little seed of doubt, that little thought that you got to flush of, oh, what's going to happen next? Because then you hold the ball, and you hold the ball in this league, and you get sacked.
That one hits at the 6, but can't check up. It gets into the end zone for a touchback. And they can go ahead and stay in that huddle. We're at the end of the first quarter. 7-0 is our score. We'll get back to the action in just a moment. All right, it's about time to get started with quarter number 2. Home offense out, ready to go. Nix with it on first. They got this after forcing a punt at the end of 1. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped. It's a 13-yard play, and that's enough for the first.
That's good for A. 1st and 10 at the 33-yard line.
Oh, he taps it quick to the receiver coming across here. And he sneaks this through the middle, maybe a gain of 2.
This is one of those real modest gains, Kate, that I like as a call. That's just a little more variety to your playbook. Makes that defense wonder. Those guys on the other side of the ball think a little bit. This dude's not just a receiver. He may get in the run game as well.
And they'll take him down at the 43-yard line. 3rd and a lone yard coming up. Running behind center with Kamara. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. We'll get a stoppage now. Looks like we have someone banged up after that run in need of some attention. They're set up at the 35 now. they've got him down near the red zone at the 22. It's a pickup of 14 yards as the chains reset.
They had the first down by a comfortable margin right there. Remember that play call. Put that one away. Could be a money play for them the next time they're in a similar spot.
And he just hucks this one away. Wasn't going to risk a throw or force something. It brings up second down.
Josh Metellus on the coverage.
That's brought in by Lazard. Decent gain here, but short of the first. Third and just 2 to go. Nicks off the play action. Flushed out of the pocket. Oh, he's going to run for it. And he hits the deck after setting him up with first and goal. That's good for 7 yards. And that gives them first and goal. They'll run with Kamara. Breaks the tackle, still going. And it's a nice gain off a really good effort there just to stay upright. Now it's second and goal from the 1.
Brings up second and goal.
They're running the option, short side. And he's in for the touchdown. The Steamers take a 13-0 lead. It's a Bo Nix touchdown. My partner up here is pumping his fist after that one. That is how you run an option as a quarterback. Good read to hang on to it and do it himself.
Yeah, because I could never do that, not even close. But when the defense overplays and you run that option, you get that good 2-on-1, more times than not, they will commit to the more dangerous guy, the running back. But you leave a lane, this quarterback can do some damage as well.
That one right down the middle. And the Steamers double their lead to 14. Koo all lined up and ready to boot this one away. This return starts at the 5. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. Well, we've already seen some nice plays here, and we're going to see plenty more before this game ends. But you might be thinking, with plays like that, my guys' ratings should be better. Well, you're not alone. You got a chance to let the Madden ratings hotline know just what you're thinking. Give them a call, 1-844-MADDEN-1, and make your case for who should get a boost. It's the 2-minute warning now from France. Second down now, 7 to go. From the 28. Cut by Hunt. And he'll get this up close to the 40 before going out. They come through with a nice gain there. Gain of 10, first down. New set of downs for him at the 38. To the air on first down, Young. And he's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there. When you saw the field, it's going to be second down. Sticking to the air, it's Young. No better luck than the last play, Brock, as he just has to get rid of it.
You know, in the NFL, offensive-minded teams will call it a perfect Friday. They don't want the ball to hit the ground once. And especially on these short to intermediate throws, you've got to count on those being efficient and effective.
And they'll take him down at the 43-yard line. The defense calls a timeout, so that's their first. Here's Cameron Johnston to punt it away once more. And he's certainly been staying busy. Once again, he's out to punt and sends this flying. The offense headed back to the field. They're up 2 touchdowns and could make it a 3-score game here. They'll get this drive started. First and 10. Here's Nix to throw. Finds Stover. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
You want to become a quarterback's best friend, do that. Turn a short little gain, a short little pass into some yards after catch, and that quarterback will find you again.
Big play to begin the drive. That's up to the 37. Kamara now on 1st and 10. And this is pushed ahead for a gain of 5. Stopped by Foye Oluoku. Give him 5 on that carry. Bring it up 2nd and 5.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up 2nd and 5.
From the 43. This is reeled in by Kamara. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. Timeout taken by the offense, their second. 1st and 10, ball set up at the 48. Nix from the gun. This is reeled in by Joshua Palmer. And this one's worked down to the 33 before being stopped. He picks up 15 on the play. And they'll have first down. Just before halftime, we get a timeout taken.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs when you need only 1? Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And they come away with some points on that series.
Well, he moved past that earlier miss pretty quickly here, Kate. Nice to see that. And now he can carry a little momentum with him to end this opening half.
And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. He's back to throw. He lofts it deep, right sideline. And he's there to send that one away, incomplete. We've reached halftime with the Steamers holding the advantage at the break here in Paris. Now it's back across the Atlantic to our studios in sunny Orlando, Florida. Let's hear from Jonathan Coachman. He's got our EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll get started out in the capital city of Austin, Texas, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. 13-12 the final in a tight one. From there we say, so long, America. Hello, England, as we head over the Atlantic to check out the action in London. And as you see, they were winners earlier this afternoon. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. This was an extremely one-sided first half. One team showed up, ready to go. The other's been in a daze thus far, but there's still plenty of time left for this one to tighten up significantly.
Thanks so much for the look around the league, Coach. But now it's time to turn our attention back to this one as we begin the third quarter. Return starts at the 3. And he gets across the 30 before he's brought down. Their offense taking the field now for the opening drive of the second half. And things starting to get a little out of hand for him, Brock. That last score made it 17-zip. They've got first down from the 31. Lone back gets the handoff. And he scampers ahead and gets 2 on the carry.
You know, they got some positive yards. That's a good thing. But too many plays like that, it just is too hard to pile together, get first downs against the better defenses in this league.
Throw complete to Williams. And they limit the damage just a few yards on that gain. Tyson Campbell, the man on that tackle. So now here's 3rd and 5. Young working from the gun. That's caught for the first. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. Give them an even 10 yards on the play. And they're going to have a first down. Out of the gun, they'll give it to him inside. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a first down.
Now, don't think for a second they're going to slow down the tempo. Defense on their heels. And right now is the best chance to go push that envelope and get aggressive.
First down, and they go right back to it. He'll drive it forward, but won't get beyond the line. In on the tackle is Jonathan Cooper. 2nd and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here. Back to the well again. And he gets this one down to the 30-yard line. That's going to go down as a gain of 7. Now they're going to have 3rd and 2. Defense shows blitz. Young. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. Colson Adebo's got it.
Well, that's now 2, Kate, that they've gotten him for picks in this game, and he's got to be careful. Right? You've got to protect the football. It is the greatest treasure you have as an offense. And this defense, well, they've got 2 in their pocket, and you know they're going to be going after number 3.
Their offense ready to take the field now. And their last drive did end in points. Not as many as they wanted, though. They had to settle for that field goal despite advancing the football pretty well. They're out and set. 1st and 10. They're going to start on the ground with Kamara. And he's able to manage a couple on that run.
You know, not a ton of yards, but still showing that commitment to the ground game. The type of run that keeps the defense from loading up in coverage and focusing entirely on that passing game.
That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Well, Brock, this substantial deficit sure hasn't toned the edge that this defense is playing with, huh? If anything, feels like they might be getting more aggressive, looking to make some sort of impact play.
And that's because turnovers are really the name of the game for this defense at this point, Kate. That aggressiveness still super welcome, no question. But they know it's not just incompletions, it's taking the ball away that's next.
Steamers getting their punt team out there. And he'll try to have his 2nd punt top his 1st one. His work begins at the 31. And he's brought down before the return gets far. 58 yards on the punt there. And they'll get ready to go on offense. First down, ball at the 36. Trying to shake off the interception. He's looking to throw. That's complete inside the 35. 35 on the pickup. And that'll be a first down.
You know, Kate, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
So the big play has him well into enemy territory and field goal range. They're inside the 30. On first down, they'll run. We'll have him gain about a handful there. Tackle made by DeMarcus Lawrence. Offense to the line for 2nd down. Back-to-back carries here. And he'll go down here at the 16. 8 yards on the gain, and the drive continues forward.
Okay, this is why coaches across all levels of football harp on the importance of good, fundamental tackling, not just to hear themselves talk. It's to make sure that when one of their guys has a chance to bring down a running back, they're able to do it and keep those plays from going any further.
This one intended for the running back. So 2nd down coming up. A give now from the gun. And he got what he could there, only to the 14. Only 2 yards on the play, and it brings up 3rd and 8. Shotgun snap now to Young. And he let his man too much there, Brock. Incomplete, 4th down coming up.
I think if you look up in phase in the defensive encyclopedia, that is a picture-perfect form of it. He was all over him in coverage, really forcing the incompletion.
Brown's kick is up and good. And the gap closes to 14 points. So we hit the end of the third quarter. And after that last-second score in the third, we'll resume play with a kickoff. Dicker all lined up and ready to boot it away. Nixon now to return it. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Their offense returning to the field for another possession. They're up by 2 scores, Brock, but we've got some time left, so they still need to mount a drive here. Throwing on first down, Nix. He'll get this complete to Lazard. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4.
Second and 4 at the 32-yard line.
From the 32. He intercepts it. That is exactly what they needed. Isaiah Simmons picks it off. And the Tigers have some new life in the 4th. He was trying to fit it into a window in the zone coverage, but by the time he let it go, boy, Brock, that lane had closed, and someone was there to make a play on it.
Now, what you're trying to do in zone coverage defensively is make that quarterback see a window that isn't actually there. And as soon as he takes the bait and sends it over the middle, well, you got 1, 2, 3 defenders all there in range to go pick it off.
Back out runs their offense. And down double digits, Brock. Field goals like we saw on their last drive aren't going to move the needle as much as they need to. Here's Young on 1st and 10. Throw reeled in by Higbee. And he's able to get this to the 32 before going down.
The goal of that little drag route is to get him for at least a minimal gain with space to add after that. That picked up a good chunk, and it was nearly a big play.
And they haul him down just a foot or 2 shy of the red zone. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And that gives them the first. Here's the lone back on the handoff. And the defense gets there to force a small loss. Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down. Here's Young to throw. He's on the move. He can run it. 14 yards on a nice play there, and it gives them 1st and goal. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Pass it down close. And he's brought down real close to that goal line at the 1. Back. On its way. Dump off caught by his back. And he's brought down for a loss. Offense up to the line fast. Escapes the pocket. And they get to him as he was trying to make something happen. And that sack gonna cost them some yardage. So that brings us to the 2-minute warning in Paris. These guys, 14 points back. Desperation time here on 4th. Pass complete, screenplay. And he drives this forward to the 6. And he will not get there. They stop him on 4th and goal. What a stand to force that turnover on downs.
Well, I think every analytics book out there, Kate said, you got to go for it. You're in 4-down territory, down a couple scores here in the 4th. But now it's all about the defense. Can the defense come with a quick turnover or a stop to somehow, some way, spark a comeback?
This offense making its way back out now. They're looking to just hang on to the ball through the finish. Defense has all of its timeouts, but with this game out of reach, a good chance they just let it run. First carry now for Austin Eckler. And he's caught behind the line for a loss. Now we get another stoppage here, just 1:52 remaining. The defense burns a timeout. Everyone's prepped. It's second down now. Here's a give inside to Kamara. And he gets this out only to about the 6-yard line. Timeout taken by the defense. They're second. Not a good spot to punt from. They really want to convert here on third. Caught by Westbrook-Akine. It's a pickup of 11. And it'll give him a first down.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your third downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
And he gets a few on the plunge forward. The defense takes its third and final timeout as they'll meet and decide what to do on this second down. Another run for Kamara. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Just 1 yard on the play, though. That leaves him with third down and 6 to go. Shotgun snap to Nix. Finds the in route complete. And he'll get it up to the 27. He gets 6 on that play. And it'll give him a first down. Victory formation here. Looks like they're going to take a knee on first down. Your favorite formation, right, Brock? The victory formation here as he takes a knee.
Nothing left to do now, Kate, but celebrate on one side and watch on hopelessly from the other. What a hard-fought effort to get to this spot, and now you can enjoy the victory.
So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And just a week after being soundly defeated, they're back out there playing a much better brand of football. Short memories prevail, Brock, as they move past that loss and get back to some winning football. So for my partner, Brock Heward, and our entire crew, I'm Kate Scott, saying this has been the NFL on EA Sports. So long, everybody. The Steamers emerge as winners as we say au revoir from Paris.
It's week 5 of the 2024 season, and the question is, are you ready for some football? It's the Mounties and the Pioneers, and it comes your way next on EA Sports.
EA Sports coverage of the NFL brings us to the Lone Star State and the Alamo City of San Antonio, Texas. Hi again, everyone. Brandon Gordon along with Charles Davis. And Charles, we take a look at this San Antonio team as they enter play. They come in losers of 2 straight, so they're trying to right the ship here a little bit.
They're teetering a little bit, aren't they? And now things could really go south if they lose this game, so they understand the importance of playing well and stopping this streak.
Meanwhile, for the visiting Quebecers, they've got to be pleased with the start to this season. Obviously, a perfect 3-0.
3 good...
Seems like we were just starting training camp, but here we are in October, and off we go on EA Sports. And he takes this near the 25, just a little past there, call it the 26. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by their new quarterback, first-year signal caller out of South Carolina.
And you and I both know that any win is a good win, and that's what they did last week. But there's also plenty for him to work on in his game, wasn't there?
Yeah.
2 touchdowns, an interception. Yeah, you know, he wants to increase that a little bit in terms of ratio. But first and foremost, they did win the game.
Got his man complete over the middle. It's White. And this will leave him a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on first down. From the 35, here's second down and 1. They'll bring the tight end in motion right here. Now Rattler. Open man is the first-round pick, Brock Bowers. And he's going to get this all the way down inside the 35. Good yardage after the catch as that play good for 30 and a first.
We expected this defense to be tested by this passing game coming into this one, and there's an example on this first possession of the game.
So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. They will run for the first time here with White. And nothing much materializing there on the first down run. He'll get a couple, and that's it. Now 2nd and 8 at the 32-yard line. They stay on the ground with White. And he struggles to get a yard here, maybe a yard, down to the 31. When you look at this defense, and this unit, very tough to throw against, currently 2nd best in the NFL.
And this is where we talk game inside the game. Top 5 passing offense versus top 5 passing defense. I wouldn't be surprised defensively if they change up coverages a bit more than usual to try and combat what they expect to see.
First and goal, a chance for an early statement here on the road. And he gets halfway there from the 6 to the 3 on a gain of 3. So the ball position now at the 3. Here's 2nd and goal. They'll throw. Here's Rattler. Eluding the pressure. And he is going to go down. Back at the 11-yard line. Aiden Hutchinson in there to get him, and that is sack number 6 now for him on the year. Well, last game he had 2 sacks. Got another one here, picked up right where he left off.
Brandon, he spent the entire offseason working on new moves, new techniques, trying to add to his arsenal of pass rush moves. Certainly paying dividends in what we've seen so far.
Here's 3rd and goal now, back at the 11. They'll look to throw for it with Rattler. And it's caught. Touchdown. Curtis Samuel, his 4th touchdown on the year. And the Mounties will jump on top with the game's first score here this afternoon. Well, with this rookie QB, we talk a lot about his ball placement and how good he can be at laying it right in there. I think we just saw, Charles, though, the strength of that arm. That was an absolute rifle for the completed touchdown.
It absolutely was, and let's face it, you think he was really ready to get that first touchdown? Absolutely. He threw that pass with authority, just as you described. Big-time arm right there, and let's face it, a lot of quarterbacks used to be pitchers in baseball. The fastball was usually their best pitch, and we saw it there.
7-0 is our score, ready for the dynamic kickoff as this one's away. The lane opens here. He's past the 30. And they got to be pleased with this. He brings it all the way up to the 40-yard line. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. And they will be led out by the youngster, the rookie, their QB.
I tell you what, when he is on schedule for that week, secondaries take notice because you've got to stay alert back there on every snap. A truly powerful arm, one that's capable of challenging any level of the defense on any given play. That's why so many scouts preach arm talent when preparing for the NFL draft. A quarterback with arm strength to make every throw in the book, he's an asset to have in any offense.
Despite the completion, they're going to wind up losing 3 there. Second down. They'll run. This is Jordan Mason. And this winds up a gain of 4 to the 41. When you look at this defense, they were very strong in that victory from a week ago.
And I'm eager to see the game plan and trying to attack them this week because when you take it away 4 times through interceptions.
That's caught inside the 20. And he will take it in for a touchdown. DK Metcalf, his first touchdown on the year. And the Pioneers are able to strike back quickly with an opening touchdown of their own. Boy, just zero hesitation from the rookie passer there, partner. He is coming out firing in this opening quarter.
And all the talk leading into this game was that pass rush talking about challenging this guy, getting into his grill, getting into his space. And how about him? Might be his first year in the NFL, but I don't see any fear in him at all. How about that big-time throw right out of the gate?
Santos with the extra point, and we are tied at 7. Each team's had it. Each team has scored. 7-7 here as the kick's away. And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out, looking to repeat that in Charles's defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated, they both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its will over the other.
Running out of the gun with White. And he is going to lose yardage here. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up. The medical staff will attend to him, and we will step aside. They need 12 here. It's third down. Rattler wants to throw it. And he can't get rid of it. He's taken down. Aiden Hutchinson, now 2 sacks for him already here in this first quarter of play.
Well, someone's closing in on the league lead in sacks. He came into the game in the top 5. Now you add 2 more to his total.
Here's Daniel Whelan now. Back deep is Charlie Jones. They only punted twice in the win last week as he gets this one away. Good coverage there holds him to just a 2-yard return following a punt of 44. And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. Here's Penix. Pass is caught by Wan'Dale Robinson. It'll be a gain of 5, and it's second down. These two teams all tied after 1. Second quarter now, San Antonio in possession as they are looking at a 2nd and 5 situation. They'll throw with Penix. Oh, he'll want that one back. Incomplete. He doesn't drop too many in that department. 3rd down. They'll need 5 on this play to move the sticks. Looking to throw, Penix. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he's able to get this one down to the 40-yard line. His first catch, and it's a pretty big one. They get the conversion on 3rd down.
Normally on 3rd down and short yardage, you're thinking of throwing to your tight end. It's just going to be a simple chain mover. But this time they let him roam down the field, and a nice dart picks up the 1st down and then some.
Now a fake on the jet sweep, and they'll instead run up the middle. And he is going to lose yardage here. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11.
It's a loss of a yard. Brings up 2nd and 11 at the 41-yard line.
On the ground again, it's Mason. And that play going absolutely nowhere as he's belted before he could get out of the backfield. It'll be a loss of a full 3 yards there, and it also brings up 3rd down. And not an easy spot here. They'll be in search of 13 yards to try to pick up the 1st. Going for Metcalf on the deep ball. Touchdown! DK Metcalf. 2 catches, 2 touchdowns here so far. And his guys have taken the lead. He put quite a bit of air underneath that touchdown pass. Of course, we knew that he had the strong arm.
That part was easy. You could see that throughout his college career. But what you want to know about a rookie is when the pressure's on, can you throw with touch? He just did right there. And, boy, it was pretty.
Now the point after try for Santos. And he's got it. It's now a 14-7 ball game. So the drive there took 6 plays. And it's DK Metcalf who finishes things off with a touchdown reception. And he'll be tackled just shy of the 25. Here's another shot now for the Montreal offense. That 7-0 lead of theirs short-lived as they've now given up 2 straight touchdowns to fall behind by 7.
Yeah, but no cause for discouragement here. Yeah, they've fallen behind, but haven't they proven that they can go down and score? So what was the formula that got them down there the first time? Get back to something close to that, and maybe they can get this game tied up.
Throwing quickly there, but it's incomplete. Here's 2nd and 10. They will run with White out of the shotgun. And running room scarce here. He's going to be stopped in his tracks at the line of scrimmage. This offense so far on 3rd down, they've been okay. 2 for 3 thus far. This is 3rd and 10. Here's Rattler. Pass to the sideline and pulled in. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. A big 30-yard play on 3rd.
There's the arm strength that we saw in college and during the scouting process. And really, it's not just the arm strength there, but the placement as well. To me, that was an excellent combination of arm talent and accuracy.
So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. They'll go up the middle with White. And he edges forward, but only gets a pair of yards out of it. And it's 2nd down.
Whenever we talk about the best strong safeties, one word constantly comes up, and that's instinct. Being able to diagnose run or pass and make the appropriate moves.
He crashed down hard there. He was ready for that running play. He completes it to Boyd. And he gets this inside the 35-yard line. 3rd catch of this first half for him, and this one is a 1st down. Throwing is Rattler. Over the middle, complete. That's White. And they'll get him down after a pickup of 8. 2nd and 2. We've hit the 2-minute mark in the 2nd quarter. 14-7. 2 yards to go, 2nd down. Here's Rattler. Boyd's the target, and he has it over the middle. And now following the completion, we're going to get a stoppage here for an injury. Hopefully, obviously nothing serious here. Medical staff, though, going to take a peek, and we'll take a break. Back to throw again. The throw on target to his receiver, McKenzie. And this will be a gain of 6 when it's all said and done. Down to the 15 from the 21. Slot man moves right. They'll look to throw again. To the sideline, and wow, what a catch there. He doesn't get a lot, but he was able to get the feet down complete. They'll send a receiver here in motion right. Rattler from the gun, 3rd down. Able to find the open man. That's complete. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another 1st down. Well, they've had a great, impressive drive going here, and that pickup ensures the drive continues.
And not only do you continue the drive, which is demoralizing for the guys on the defensive side of the ball right now, but you make your own defense happy. They're able to get a little more rest over on the sidelines.
Touchdown! Brock Bowers with his first career NFL touchdown. And the Mounties are within an extra point of tying up this ball game.
A lot of times when you take a tight end in later rounds, you're doing it with a little bit of hope, some potential. But not so with this guy. They believe he can really make an impact in the red zone, and he definitely makes good on that faith right there.
Extra point up and good by Sanders. And that is going to tie our game as we approach halftime. This one tied at 14 now as he sends this one away. And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. The Pioneers offense and DK Metcalf getting ready to go back to work. And it may be time for this defense to start throwing a second defender his way, because whatever they've done, it has not worked in this first half. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. Tie ball game, still a little more than a minute to go in the half. The question, can they put something together here, try to take that lead into intermission?
I would have to think that would be the goal for sure. I don't think you sit on anything here. Here's your opportunity. Push it downfield. As you mentioned, it's a tie game. So minus a disaster on your part, you've got that in your back pocket. Go ahead and try and get some points and feel great going into the half.
Now Penix. Zacchaeus here hauling it in. Some extra space following the display of power. Down just inside the 45. Now the offense will burn their 3rd and final timeout as they get the stoppage with just under 50 seconds remaining in half number 1. From the 43, it's 2nd and 3. A play fake. Now Penix. Here's a diving catch right side. The chain gang hustling to catch up. Here's 1st and goal from just inside the 10. And it's intercepted at the goal line. Picked off by Eric Rowe. And his guys have got it back at the closing stages of the first half. CD, when he went to throw that, I'm not sure if he just didn't see where the defense was. Whatever the case, not the throw you're looking for on 1st and goal.
Not at all, because, look, let's face it, that close to the goal line, if you throw an interception, is going to hurt on any down. But really, the only down you can kind of live with is if you do it on 4th down. The first 3, if you don't have it wide open, just get rid of it. Make sure they can't get it and live to fight another down. 1st and goal, and you throw the pick, not good at all.
The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And the ball backed way up, so thinking with this amount of time on the clock, probably just sit on it, and we'll see these two teams go to the lockers.
Yeah, I don't think you want to overthink it in this situation. Either side of the ball. Just go ahead and finish up the half and get on out and talk about it.
So we've hit halftime all even at 14 apiece. As we send you on over to Orlando for Jonathan Coachman in our EA Sports Halftime Report. Take it away, Coach.
Okay, Brandon, thank you very much. More from you two in just a bit. But first, let's get everybody caught up with what's going on around the NFL. here in Week 5. We'll get started out in the capital city of Austin, Texas, where you see the final score there. 13-12 the final in a tight one. From there we say, so long, America. Hello, England, as we head over the Atlantic to check out the action in London. And as you see, they were winners earlier this afternoon. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. We thought this one would be a close battle coming in, and we have not been disappointed. They're all even to this point. This has the feeling of a game that could go right down to the wire. One mistake or one big play could turn out to be the difference.
Oh, a good-looking return set up here. And a good effort on the return there. Gets him across the 30, up to the 33. The Pioneers offense and Michael Penix set to take over once more. And we'll take you through some of the highlights here. You'll notice he had a hand in a lot of them so far. He's got this offense rolling right now. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. Well, the first half, very even. I mean, really, in all facets, this ball game tied, Charles. So as we start the third quarter, curious to see what the second half brings us.
Certainly am. I'm with you on that one. And we all know a lot of coaches from the NFL all the way down to the Pee Wee level. They love to spin it to their teams. Hey, we're starting a brand new, shorter ball game. It's all even. Let's go out and seize it. This is ours.
So 5 yards here, 5 on the play. And now we've got a 3rd and 4. In search of 4 yards here to pick up the first down. Penix working out of the gun here. Gonna let one fly for Robinson. That's going to be knocked away and incomplete. Pass knocked away by J.C. Horn.
Well, he leads the NFL in interceptions and nearly added to that total.
Got his hand on it, couldn't quite corral it. It's been a Pro Bowl-type season for him, and the term ball hawk really comes into play, doesn't it?
Yeah, I like that one a lot because teams want to avoid that type of a player, but sometimes you just can't. He just knows where the ball is.
37 yards on the punt with no return, and they will take over 1st and 10. Hitting Samuel on the slant. And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain. Ball on the 28-yard line. Here's 2nd down and 3. They'll drop the throw. And that falls to the ground, incomplete. A nice job of bodying him up defensively. And now it brings up 3rd down. The slot man in motion right. From the shotgun, Rattler. And that is incomplete. Something we haven't really seen much of from him, an incomplete pass.
Yeah, last week he finished at 70%. This week he's up over 80%. I don't know how you slow him down. Pass rush is usually the best way because a quarterback on his back usually can't complete a pass.
So possession goes over here on the punt. And out will come the offense as they take over. Get a look at DK Metcalf as this offense returns to the field. And I know that they've double-teamed him a couple times, but not a ton. Whatever they're doing isn't working. He's up over 100 yards. We'll see how they adjust.
And when they do that, they weaken their defense in other places as well. And how many times have we done games where we've seen a guy have a big game like this? But it's usually not by himself, is it? Right. Usually it opens it up for other people to have big games as well. And it's a real luxury when you have a guy who can turn a short throw into a solid gain at any moment. Once he caught that ball, he ID'd where the open grass was and got there in a hurry to pick up a new set of downs for his offense.
Took just one play to move all the way to the 44 as they try again on 1st down. To the air, Penix Pressure comes, and down he goes. Lee McNeil, what an effort to get in there and drop him. And they weren't in zone coverage. They were in man, and each man did his job.
And that looked like vintage, old-school coverage, didn't it? Man coverage reminded me of an old Raiders team. They had a Hall of Famer at one corner and a Defensive Player of the Year at the other, and they just locked people down.
Complete to Zacchaeus.
And that was yardage that they needed there after the sack on first down. They didn't get all of it back, but now they look at third down as a manageable situation, one that they have a much better chance of picking up.
He's going to get that to his running back out of the backfield. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. It's a 9-yard gain, and it'll keep the drive moving. So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. From the shotgun, it's Penix. And he's going to be swallowed up. Sacked back at the 45-yard line. The defense rising to the challenge and setting him back on the sack.
Now that was a passer's nightmare. The front door totally shut down by the defense, so he kept going backwards, hoping to find another avenue of escape. It didn't exist.
Now then, after the sack, it'll be interesting to see what they have planned for 2nd and 23. Operating from the gun, Penix. Left side here, taken in by Metcalf. They get 11 back on that one. It leads to 3rd down. 7th play of this drive coming up, but a long way to go on 3rd down. And looking to throw, Penix. The coverage may be too good that time as he breaks away for 19 with his legs and a 1st down.
I haven't met a quarterback yet that didn't enter the league with a massive chip on his shoulder if he wasn't a first-round pick. They want to show the league that they made a big mistake. Determined to get the 1st down there, no hesitation at all to tuck it and go. I bet he would have tried running through the entire defense if it meant reaching that marker.
It's a 7-yard carry to set them up with a 2nd and 3.
Brings up 2nd and 3 at the 18-yard line.
And they're not going to get to the line to run another play. So we will switch ends as the 3rd quarter has come to a close. We'll return with more after this break. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now in San Antonio. All even as we get ready to start the 4th. 2nd down and 3. Straight ahead, here's Mason. And he'll get him inside the 15 down to the 14-yard line. 4 yards the pickup, 1st down.
A gain of 4 yards. That's another San Antonio 1st down.
On the zone read, they'll go with Bidet. And stopped a few yards shy of the goal line at the 3. It's a good gain of 11, sets him up 1st and goal.
I think they like this drive a little bit better there, partner. Running game helping out, picking up some of the slack. Because remember the last drive, they went 3 and out.
They run it with Mason. And he is into the end zone for a touchdown. Jordan Mason, his 2nd rushing touchdown on the year. And the Pioneers have broken this deadlock and have taken the lead here in the 4th. Well, he finishes off the drive with a touchdown run, Charles. Remember, he also had a catch on this drive as well.
And that's what running backs want to be in today's NFL, a complete back. 3 down, stay on the field, run it, and catch it. And he gets it done.
Santos able to tack on the extra point, and the lead is now 21-14. Now, after the touchdown here, Santos to kick this one away. And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27. Here's another shot now for the Montreal offense. And the pressure is on now. They're being shut out here in the 2nd half after a decent 1st half offensively. And they need their best drive of the game right here. Bradler wants to throw it. Able to hit his target, Lamb. That's good for a gain of 6, and it'll be second down. One thing I think that's safe to say defensively, the tackling's been really good.
And because of that, it's been very, very hard for them to move the ball because you're not getting the benefits of run after catch. You're tackling them almost on the spot. That means you have to run extra plays, harder to move it.
That one a first down pickup of 8.
An 8-yard pickup. First down, 1
Samuel in motion. On play action, Rattler. That is caught by Lamb. And they'll get this well past midfield before being stopped just before the 35. That one goes for 24 yards. What a throw right there for the first down. He has taken some real punishment in this game, but still standing in the pocket completing that one.
He's a flat-out warrior. There's no question about that. How about him stepping up into the teeth of the rush and delivering there for that big strike and that big pickup?
The drive continues as they search for a tying touchdown. Here's 1st and 10. Now Rattler. Oh, no, he lost the football. Oh, and one of the linemen on the other side has got it. And they will take over possession of the football at their 42-yard line. The pocket collapsed around him. I know we talk about it a lot, but a QB has to have that sixth sense, doesn't he?
He really does, and I know of one team at one point was training their quarterback with that time frame, and anytime he didn't get rid of the ball within the right amount of time, they would blow a horn or blow a whistle to show him this is what that time is, just what you're talking about, training him to understand this is the amount you have, make sure the ball's gone. Didn't happen in this case.
Here's Penix. He'll find Metcalf. Give him a gain of 5 on the completion, and it'll be second down.
A gain of 5 brings up 2nd and 5 at their 48-yard line.
To the right goes Mason. And a good push there defensively as they stop him at the 48. Gain of just 1. This a big play for both sides. What will we see here? 3rd and 4. 4th quarter, down to the final 2 minutes, and we've got a one-score game. Now, this is a big 3rd down, and you'd have to think we'd see a timeout right away if they can't stop him here. Try to take this home. They'll run. On a determined run there as he's going to take this all the way down near the 40. So fresh out of the 2-minute warning, and here's another timeout taken with 1:55 remaining. And not totally home free yet, but it's looking good as they come up 1st and 10. They'll run again with Mason. And he'll bring this one inside the 35. Now a second timeout called for by the defense. That'll leave them with just 1 remaining in this 4th quarter of play. So they come up on 2nd down. If they can get another run like we just saw, would likely put an end to this thing. On the give, it's Mason. And he is going to have a 1st down here. And that should be the one that seals a victory. And they'll indeed take a knee. Running left, Mason. And he's going to have to protect the football and take his lumps here at this stage of the game as they stop him behind the line. I guess the simple question, why not just take a knee there?
I don't understand either why you would take any sort of a chance. We've seen it happen in the game of football. Doesn't matter whether you've watched high school, college, or the NFL. Some people get a little greedy, try to get that extra running play in, and it can backfire on them.
And that kneel down a little extra sweet. You get the win, and you knock out somebody's perfect season.
Yeah, you're exactly right, because it's not a championship game yet, but the team that's undefeated feels like a champion. So you've won a little bit extra in this one. Yeah, they've got to feel great about taking a knee here.
So plenty of smiles for the folks here as they head for the exits. It's a victory for their hometown guys, and it was their defense that really made the statement after the break. They pitched the second half shutout.
Yeah, think about the team that just got vanquished. They did score in the 2nd quarter. Do you think they thought at all that that would be their last points of the game?
No, but what a second half. The adjustment, whatever they did in the locker room, it certainly worked.
It certainly did, and you're exactly right. Whether it was an adjustment, whether it was just more focus on what they planned to do going in, whether they just played better, whatever it was, it all came together in the second half, and no points were allowed. That's a great way to close them out.
So for San Antonio, they move back over 500 at 3-2 now on the year. And they will hit the road next week. Meanwhile, for Montreal, it'll be their first loss of the season. And they will try to get back in the swing of things next week on the road. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Alongside Charles Davis, we thank our entire crew. I'm Brandon Gaudin. This is the NFL on EA Sports.
It's the National Football League on EA Sports, where we'll see a brawl inside the NFC West. It's the Desperados and the Monarchs coming up next.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League finds us down under in the beachside city of Melbourne, Australia. Alongside my broadcast partner, Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, think about this Melbourne club entering play. They were winners last time out, so they'll be looking, Charles, to make it 2 in a row.
And what I enjoyed when I watched their game tape and their victory last week is they put it together in every phase. Good offense, good defense, and some key plays on special teams. Let's see if they can get that second win in a row.
Meanwhile, for our visitors from Albuquerque, they too were winners last time. Seems like we were just starting training camp, but here we are in October, and off we go on EA Sports. And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by their rookie quarterback, the latest in a long line of NFL QBs from USC.
And it felt like in watching the game tape, he got everyone involved last week.
He was a manager.
He really was. That's a great way to put it because they ran the ball some, they threw it accurately. 1 touchdown pass, so he didn't, break the bank doing that, but he didn't throw any interceptions. That's the bottom line. That's why a defense loves a quarterback like that. Doesn't put them in bad situations.
Ball on the 39. Here's second and a yard.
At the 39-yard line.
Now a give, left side, Brown with it. The numbers for Brown from a week ago, 10 carries, 71 yards.
They put a lot of effort into game playing and establishing this ground game last week, and reward was a nice day rushing the ball. Helped them put a balanced offense out on the field. And that carry is an indicator that this ground game wants to be established again this week.
Looking to throw is Williams. He's got it complete to Stephon Diggs. I think defensively you're okay with that. Here in the first quarter, he's going to get some catches, but they rallied to him quickly.
And that's what you count on, and I like what you just said. First quarter, can you do it all game long? They catch it, you tackle them, they go down on the spot. Because when you're able to do that, you don't give up big chunks of yardage after the catch, now you put the offense in a position where every series they have to work hard to pick up first downs, and you tend to stall them out when you do that.
Oh, he had him. He was open, but he couldn't get it to him. It's incomplete.
Well, I'm quite sure that they envisioned a much better start to this game when they practiced all week, but they failed on that third down play. That brings up fourth down, and they'll probably have to punt it away.
And the kick's away as he angles this one for the sideline. And this will be up to the ruling of the side judge here. He says it crossed out of bounds at the 16-yard line. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. And they'll be led out by their third-year quarterback.
And you'd think as a young QB there'd be some nerves leading an offense out to start a game, but haven't seen any sign of them right now. And speaking with him earlier this week, sensed that the pressure wouldn't get to him. He feels comfortable being the face of this offense and shouldering the expectations on game day, even if he doesn't quite have the years of experience other quarterbacks do.
They may want to go back to that one. First play of the drive, good for 15 and a first down. On 1st and 10, it's Hall. And he'll work this one up to about the 38. The numbers for Hall in last week's ball game. 17 carries, 68 yards, and a touchdown.
Brandon, we both know plenty about this game, but you don't have to be an expert to figure out that they're going to lean heavily on their ground game to try and win this week. He sits number 5 in the league so far in rushing, and when they've had success on that side of the ball, he's been at the center of it. If they want to win in this one, he's going to have to play like that and help drive them down the field.
It's a first down on a gain of 10. Now Purdy. And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's second down. Purdy looking to throw. Got a man, it's complete to Jelani Woods. 5 yards, now it's 3rd and 5.
Well, from their point of view, this game could not be starting out much better, could it? Force a punt on defense, and now they're moving it crisply on offense.
Crisply, I like that.
Like that?
Yeah, moving it very, very well. Looks like the defense on their heels a little bit. You put a score in here, long way to go, but you're right, that's a heck of a start.
Yeah, and I think this is where the play caller is looking at his play sheet and saying, do I have that dagger play? Do I have that play and just finish them off right now? Because I think they'd love to gain that big advantage early.
Solid opening drive so far, Charles. They've moved this football into field goal range, but you know that they want to cap this off with 6 and not 3.
Absolutely. As one of the better coaches in the league always tells me, on offense, I want to throw body blows all game long and finish it with uppercuts. Well, here are the body blows right now. He's hoping in one uppercut will take care of the end of this drive.
Well, now hang on here because he appears to be shaken up. While they come out and take a look at him, we will step aside for just a moment. Purdy. And this throw incomplete. And the defender all over him that time, and it's going to lead to 3rd down. So 7 yards from the first down here as they come up to the line of scrimmage. Purdy from the gun on 3rd down. Flush to his right. And he can't find anywhere to go with it. And he goes down. Multiple players combined for their team's first sack of the game.
Okay, I'm not sure you could actually draw a better pass rush than that one right there. Nowhere to go outside. He had to keep backing up and backing up and backing up. Eventually dropped for a huge loss.
Blake Gillikin on to punt now on 4th down. He was called on 3 times in the win last week as his first one here's away. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their second drive. Defense got the better of them last series, forcing a punt. See if they make a few changes in the game plan here and try to get points out of this drive. 1st and 10. They defer to Brown to start the drive. And he is going to lose yardage here. He'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11.
A loss of a yard brings up 2nd and 11 at the 24-yard line.
Right back to Brown. And he'll be taken down here as it will take us to the end of the first quarter. No score after 1 on EA Sports. Second quarter now, and it's our home team with possession as they've got it with a 3rd down coming up. Coming up here looking for 3 yards to pick up the first. Williams from the gun on 3rd down. That is caught. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. It's a gain of 8, and it'll wind up moving the chains.
Short yardage situation, you have to wonder if they thought they were just going to run it inside. But you have to be cognizant of the back slipping out of the backfield trying to find some open space. And that's exactly what he does to the tune of a 1st down.
On 1st and 10, here's Brown. He'll take it past the 40 to the 41, 2nd down.
Oh, that's a real nice job there by the defensive front. They just engaged and held their ground. But how about the guy who made the play? We often talk about whether they take a good first step or not. Many times you just don't take any step. Just get your feet moving, get your body going. And then once he made the read, he was able to make the play.
They'll see about converting this 3rd and 8. To throw, Williams. Pass to the sideline and pulled in. And he gets us to the other side of midfield across the 45 before going out. His first catch. And now following that last play, I do believe we're going to get a review here. Yes, indeed, the red flag is out. Did he keep those feet in bounds? That's the question they've got to decide. And I got to say, watching it in real time, it was awfully close.
Yeah, it certainly looked like a heck of a catch because he didn't appear to bobble it, which could complicate things. But even with the benefit of replay, that's pretty tight.
Well, here's the call. Winds up a very good call there defensively to challenge that one, as that now will wind up an incomplete pass. And that'll hit at the 5 and go into the end zone for a touchback. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their 2nd drive. They've been playing the field position game thus far. No score, 2nd quarter as they come up on 1st and 10. Purdy now to throw. A short one going to be taken in here by Schultz. And he'll be tackled at the 23 after a gain of 3. Now 2nd and 7 from the 23. That's caught again by Schultz. Now he's got this almost to the 40 before going out.
Ineligible receiver downfield. Offense.
Well, every lineman knows the rule. You only get a 1-yard buffer beyond that line of scrimmage, and then the flag is thrown, and he got tagged for it there. Throwing here, Purdy. Open man, that's Devontae Smith. And he'll be out of bounds at the 25-yard line. 3rd and 5. False start's going to push him back, but these days, how hard must it be to be an offensive lineman?
It's very hard, Brandon. You've got defensive linemen flinching, trying to draw you off sides. You've got the loud crowds, and there are just so many super athletic players on defense now that you have to deal with each week. But through it all, these guys just sit in there for 4 quarters and slug it out.
Able to find the open man. That's complete. He's to the 15. And touchdown! Xavier Legette with his first career NFL touchdown. And the Desperados post the first points of the ball game as they take the lead here in this second quarter. After a fairly uneventful first quarter, that last play, that'll make a few highlight clips.
It certainly will, and you're exactly right. The first quarter almost felt like a feeling out process, didn't it? Both teams, okay, what are we going to do? Looks like they ramped things up just a little bit to start the second quarter.
Gano the extra point, and that makes the score 7-0. Scoring summary, 3-play drive. Gano now following the touchdown here to kick it away. And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. And Melbourne ready to go again on offense. They'll be looking to match that touchdown from a moment ago. 7-0 is the score as they begin with a first down. And they'll begin here with a run by Brown. And he'll work this one up to about the 38. 7 yards on the pickup there, and it'll leave him with a 2nd and 3.
A 7-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 3.
Throwing is Williams. Going underneath, he's got Hockenson. First target, first catch, and a first down.
And plays like that show why Hockenson continues to be a consistent playmaker here in his 6th year in the NFL. He's finished with over 900 receiving yards in each of the last 2 seasons.
Here's Williams. He's got the connection over the middle to Diggs. And he'll work it across midfield inside the 45. From the gun, here's Williams. Can't get away, and he's taken down. Work to be done here on 2nd and 16 after the sack. To the air, Williams. Right side, it's the tight end, Hockenson. And he'll go down, but not before getting this inside the 30. 23 yards the pickup there. This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. Working out of the gun, Williams. Now, quick throw there going to be batted away and incomplete.
Well, a momentary speed bump there with that throw, partner. The defense had other ideas, and they're trying to mount a small stand before this drive reaches the end zone.
From the shotgun, a throw for Williams. And a dangerous throw there as that's knocked down and incomplete.
Well, it looked like a march to the end zone has hit a momentary roadblock with that incompletion. No need to panic. They just got to come up with a high percentage play call and see if they can get their offense back on track.
Flushed out right. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they stop it here with just under 40 ticks to go in this first half. Now a 1st and 10 at the 11. To throw, it's Williams. This will be caught at about the 6. Now another timeout called for by the offense as the clock will stop with 33 seconds to go in the first half. From the 5, 2nd and 4. Operating from the gun, Williams. Touchdown! Stephon Diggs. His first touchdown on the year. And the Monarchs are an extra point away from tying the ball game here in the final minute of the first half.
I don't think it's any state secret to know what they were saying before the start of this drive. Let's go and punch one in the end zone and go into the halftime feeling a heck of a lot better about ourselves. Let's go get this done.
Yeah, tie things up, and then you get a brand new ball game. Extra point by Seibert, up and good. And that is going to tie our game as we approach halftime. So all even at 7 now as they kick it away. And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. One more go for this offense in the first half. And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively, offensively they want to play this.
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
And he's going to have to eat this one as down he goes. In for the sack, Myles Garrett.
You know, on these types of plays, we're always looking to assess blame. Okay, where did it break down? Sometimes it's just a great play.
So thanks to the late touchdown, it's a tie ball game here heading to break. As we send you to our EA studios in Orlando, here's Jonathan Coachman with our EA Sports Halftime Report.
Okay, Brandon, thank you very much. More from you, too, in just a bit. But first, let's get everybody caught up with what's going on around the NFL here in Week 5. We'll get started out in the capital city of Austin, Texas, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. The Orbits get back above 500 as they move to 3-2 with the victory. From there, we say, so long, America. Hello, England, as we head over the Atlantic to check out the action in London. And as you see, they were winners earlier this afternoon. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. We thought this one would be a close battle coming in, and we have not been disappointed. They're all even to this point. This has the feeling of a game that could go right down to the wire. One mistake or one big play could turn out to be the difference.
Okay, Coach, yeah, adjustments likely going to play a big role in this third quarter in what's been a tight contest so far. Set and ready to go for the second half. One touchdown apiece, 7-7 our score. And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line. This offense ready to go to begin this third quarter. It's a tie football game here. What do you think, Charles, the message was at halftime?
Well, I think that they probably just looked at things and said, we're fortunate that this is a tie game. No need to panic, no need to change a whole lot. We didn't play anything close to our best in the first half, so we don't have to go out and win one for the Gipper. Let's just go out and play our best football and win one for us.
And they'll wind up getting this to the 37, gain of 9. Second down and a little more than a yard here. They go play action here. Purdy. Rush coming, and he's taken down. Montez Sweat, the man that time to fight in and drop him.
We are seeing two really confident defenses imposing their will on these offenses in this game.
Yeah, absolutely, going toe for toe. Just curious if one of these offenses can wake up a little bit.
Is there any way they can find something that can pop, something big to knock them back on their heels?
They'll come up now 3rd and 9. Purdy off the play fake. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. That third down conversion good for 23. So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. Purdy bootlegging it. Oh, he rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. Kyler Gordon picks it off, and he's able to get it back here to the 43-yard line. First possession of the third quarter, an interception, so maybe a second-half tone setter.
Indeed, and not the tone they wanted to set. That's the equivalent of running out the wrong door and running into your pool instead of running out onto the field. A real dud for that one.
Has that happened to you before?
No, but I've heard stories about teams actually doing that back in the good old days.
Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the second half. They'll start in excellent field position following the INT. Here's Williams throwing to start the drive. And he's going to be brought down here in the backfield. Cameron Hayward just would not be denied. That's a loss of 7. Don't need it all back at once, but you figure they're going to need something here. 17 yards to go on second down. Operating from the gun, Williams escaping the pressure right. And he'll slide to a halt here, still a little shy of the first down marker. He'll end up getting 5 out of that, but now they're looking at 3rd down. We'll see what they have drawn up here. A little bit behind the line. 12 yards needed to gain a 1st down. Oh, this will be incomplete. The rush gets home just as he was letting that go. That could have been worse. Instead, it's 4th down. And on now is the punter, as he'll come on to kick this one away. And no one there to stop it. Hits at the 8, but it carries all the way into the end zone for a touchback. The Albuquerque offense readying to take over once again. We have not seen much on offense here from either side these last few drives. We've hit a wall, so to speak.
And have hit it hard, haven't we? Because the defenses right now, they seem to be a step ahead, don't they? Beating them to the point of attack, beating them to the punch. These offensive guys, they're tinkering like crazy. What's it going to take to get back on track?
Yeah, both sides searching for adjustments. Purdy will set up to throw it here. He'll get this complete to Worthy. And he's taken down, but able to slip across the 35. So from the 36 now, 1st and 10. Up the middle, here's Corum. And they will only muster a yard here to the 38.
That felt like a trap because it looked to me like the opposing front was on that play from the get-go. They had everyone crashing the ball carrier before he even made the line, and they hold him to just a yard.
And that'll be good for 8 yards to the 45.
That was a nicely run slant route, and what the receiver's trying to do is make the defender think he's going upfield for a deeper route, and then breaks it off, usually after about 3 to 4 steps, and cuts towards the middle of the field. And now what he's trying to do is use his body to keep the defender away from the football and give the quarterback a really nice target.
A gain of 8 and a 1st down. Final minute now of the 3rd quarter. Back to throw, Purdy. He's got Smith here. And the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on 2nd down. Well, hang on now. We're going to pause here. We've got an injured player. Well, the medical staff is going to come out here and take a look, and we will take a short break. Now a 2nd and 2. Running left, Corum. And there is nowhere for him to cut back as he's taken down in the backfield. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up. So as the medical staff takes a look, we'll step aside. The 8th play of the drive coming up. It's 3rd and 3. Now Purdy. A short throw pulled in by Woods. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. It'll go as a gain of 6 that time, and it moves the chains as well. Now the first carry for Dalvin Cook. And he'll follow his blockers there all the way down to the 23-yard line. So the scoring dried up here in the 3rd. Nothing that quarter for either side. This is the National Football League on EA Sports. Back now here on EA Sports. 7-7 is our score. Pretty even matchup so far as we start quarter number 4. Here's Purdy. That's complete to the tight end Sample. And he'll go out of bounds in the red zone just inside the 20. It'll go as a gain of 4, and that'll make it 2nd down. They run straight ahead with Corum. 2 yards the gain there, and now they're left with a 3rd and about 4 for a 1st. But not much on that run, Charles.
No, that's exactly the way to execute a run blitz there. They guessed correctly that they would move the ball on the ground, honed in on it, and stopped them. Mark that down for a win in the defense's column.
And he's going to be a yard short. A 2-yard pickup leads to 4th and 1.
Oh, it's time to give a little credit there to the defense. They played that very well because it was a drag route, and he ran it a little shallower than normal as he worked straight across the field. He was hoping he'd get lost behind the defensive line, but once he made the catch, nowhere to turn upfield and gain any yardage.
So he waited on the sideline for his first chance in the ball game, and it didn't come until the fourth quarter, but he connects there. A big one to give him the lead.
Boy, you talk about coming in cold. I don't care how many times you kick it into a net. You're not really ready when you go out there and all that beef is coming at you trying to block the kick. Big spot, and he delivers.
Melbourne ready to go again on offense. And now they find themselves trailing following the field goal. Still a good amount of time in this fourth quarter, but this drive very well could determine the outcome of this ball game. They'll give him 4 yards there, and that's going to bring up second down.
Second and 6 at the 26-yard line.
In motion, the tight end. Shotgun handoff to Brown here. Only a couple there as he'll be brought down about the 28.
He continues to struggle to find a crease to break off a big one and might need to just put that aside and just try and ram his way forward and get what he can.
Looking to throw is Williams. Got him in. It's Brown. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled.
Illegal blocking the down. Offense.
An unfortunate time for the penalty there. That cancels out a positive play from this offense.
Well, not to sound too trite or too accepting, but you and I both know it happens. You got to accept it and move on. Yardage, you got to get back.
Oh, he tries to force it in, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Bobby Okereke. And his guys are going to get the football at the 37-yard line. That time defensively looked like they showed quite a bit of pressure but backed off, and it proved fruitful. They get the pick.
He went through all of his rules about getting rid of the ball quickly because he read blitz. He saw all those people stacked at the line of scrimmage, and then they fooled him by dropping into coverage. Now he's ready to get rid of the ball fast, but guess what? Too many defenders out there. Exactly as you described, an interception.
Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10. On the handoff, Corum. That's some strong running there as he's down just shy of the 20 on the edge of the red zone. It's a pickup of 16 there, and it'll lead to a new set of downs.
First down, Desperado.
Purdy looking to throw. He's going to hit his man out of the backfield, complete. And brought down, but not before they get it inside the 10 to the 7. This is something you got to be wary of defensively. I mean, just because they're in the mode of trying to burn some clock doesn't mean they won't pass it, and they got good yardage out of that one.
Yeah, and really, when you're looking at it, now they've got a fresh set of downs. Look for second down if they want to take another shot and try and loosen things up. That'd be the time to do it.
They'll run here with Corum. And a little bit of space there. Takes it inside the 5 to the 3. And hold on here, because on that last run, it looks like we have a player who was shaken up. Well, now they're going to come out and take a look at this injury, and we'll be back in a moment. Corum will struggle to get to the line of scrimmage as he'll be tackled back at the 4-yard line. And whistles, and we're going to have another stoppage of play as they call the timeout on defense with 1:53 left. Now, they'd really like to make the short field pay off. We'll see if they can, but this is 3rd and goal. And this is caught, and that could seal it. It's a touchdown. What a huge touchdown that was, obviously, here in the late stages of the 4th quarter as they try to put this one away.
And, Brandon, when they watch the film after this week, they'll be very proud of every rep if they close this game out. Just a few snaps remaining. They can't relax just yet.
Gano for the extra point. It's good to make it 17-7. So that drive spanned 5 plays. Gano now following the touchdown here to kick it away. Oh, a good return up past the 30. And good starting field position. He'll get this one all the way up to about the 35-yard line. The situation for him offensively as follows. Down by 10, just over a minute 40 to play. It's been a struggle to score all day, and now they need to do it twice here late to have a chance. And that's going to be incomplete. Too tough to hold on to that one. It's second down.
Well, they've certainly had trouble unlocking this defense through 3.5 quarters, so I don't expect it to get any easier now. You know they're going to be sitting back and waiting on everything, and they force an incompletion there.
He'll try again with the arm here on second down. And he'll be hit as he releases it, and that'll fall incomplete.
Back-to-back incompletions, but we know this is definitely 4-down territory. Time not on their side. I don't think they want to try and get the first down in 2 installments. I think they got to go and get it right here, right now.
And this pass broken up. The contact well timed there, and now 4th down. They'll go. Here's Williams. And this is intercepted, and that should do it. And he's able to get it back here to the 43-yard line. They brought the house that time on the young rookie, maybe a little rattled through the pick.
And you have to be prepared for a lot of pressure as a rookie quarterback because most defensive coordinators are going to test you that way. So when you see that, the ball's got to get out of your hands quickly, and that means your receivers have to understand they have to break off their routes quickly as well.
The Desperados offense and Brock Purdy getting ready for this next possession. And as we show you some of the highlights from earlier, he has been instrumental in getting his guys the lead as he looks to finish strong and close this one out. We've got to have 2 hands on the football here as they run on first down. Now a second timeout called for by the defense as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. Second and 12, and you'd have to assume another all-out effort to stop the run is coming. He's going to get it again, just looking to get forward and protect the ball. Now the defense will burn their 3rd and final timeout as he'll get it with still 1:20 left to go in the game. Purdy. And incomplete here to bring up 4th down as the rookie couldn't haul it in.
I see the surprise in your face there, partner. That is a rare incompletion from him. He's been on point this entire game.
He has percentage completion-wise way up, not that time. On 4th down, the punt team is on as this is sent away. And it's out of bounds. Now we'll see what the side judge says. He says out at the 8-yard line. The Monarchs offense and Caleb Williams set to go to work once more. And it's been a struggle for him all afternoon. This defense has really done a nice job of making him earn everything he gets, and it's prevented him from getting into any kind of rhythm here today. And for an offense that is struggling, this is not where you want to start from. Great punt.
Fantastic punt. And for all those who wonder, what do punters do during the course of practice each and every day? The best ones do what we just saw there. Work on positioning the football and helping their team.
And that'll be incomplete. Took a pretty good shot as he tried to pull that one in. Couldn't hang on 3rd down.
Brings up 3rd down and 4.
To throw, Williams. Well, this is taken in. It's complete. Still going inside the 20. And he takes this one into the end zone. And all of a sudden, here in the final minute, things get a little bit tighter. And What a throw that was, Charles. You think about the situation, close game, fourth quarter, rookie quarterback. He doesn't seem phased one bit.
So much for bright lights, big city, and will he wilt? Not at all. The stage not too big, the moment not too big at all. They needed points on that series, and not only did he produce a touchdown drive, but how about finishing it off with a big play that only adds to the momentum that they've already established.
And this is going to be recovered by the hands team. And that should just about put a capper on this one. They had to go for it with no timeouts remaining, though now. This one's as good as over.
They gave it an effort. They tried their best, did everything they could to try and get the ball on the onside kick. You're exactly right. They had to try it. It was their only option. And now this game is done. Just take it, kneel, and call it a day.
The Desperados offense and their quarterback headed out for this next possession. And he has been masterful so far in leading this offense. He's kept the mistakes to a minimum. He's been on point with his passes, and he's generally been one step ahead of this defense all game long. What a finish in this one, Charles. You know, this group, they come in, they have to fight a hostile atmosphere every snap. They get the late score, they get the victory, and that flight home, it's going to be a little sweeter after this one.
And Brandon, just like you, I was fired up for that last sequence. How about that? Wouldn't you have loved to have been in the huddle when they were mounting that game-winning drive? Big-time moment. No one shied away from it. They tuned out the crowd, kept their heads, and executed the way they needed to earn that win.
So for Albuquerque, they move a step closer to 500 as their record improves to 2-3. And they'll get another road date next week. Meanwhile, for Melbourne, they drop below 500 to 2-3 with a loss. And they will try to get back in the swing of things next week on the road. And for Charles Davis and our entire crew, I'm Brandon Gaudin. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports.
It's week 5 of the NFL, and if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's gonna be a good one, and it comes your way next.
It is time for football as we welcome you to another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. So good to have you with us. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson, Greg Wild, first month of the calendar in the NFL. Had some great games, some finishes that were pretty special, the usual surprises. Now, we hit October, and like you say, this is where the season really gets going.
Yeah, doesn't it just feel like on the NFL calendar, every month kind of has its own vibe, right? It's September, you're just starting to figure out how good you are. You don't even know how good your own team is, let alone the rest of the league. But once the calendar page turns...
The veteran Nick Folk about ready to get this show started. And off we go here on EA Sports. This one taken at the 7. And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard line. This crowd ready in anticipation, their offense taking the field for the first time. They're led by the NFL's Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2023. From Ohio State, it's C.J. Stroud.
I always like studying quarterbacks in year 2. I think rookie year, there can either be a lot of growth, right? There's the biggest ability to take that jump, but there's also some struggles you have to work through. In year 2, a full offseason, really understanding the playbook. Things have kind of slowed down for you. I feel like year 2 is a really good indicator of what long-term success looks like for any young quarterback.
They'll run it with Tony Pollard. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage, nothing more. They'll try again here, 2nd and 10. Off the play fake, here's Stroud. And they're gonna get to him and take him down, taken back to the other side of midfield.
The best thing they did here, Mike, is keep their rush lane integrity. What that means is you have to rush the quarterback as a unit. Keep him in the pocket. Keep him on that X. And when you do, man, he becomes a sitting duck for this pass rush. This offense has to find a way to be better on 1st and 2nd down, Mike. Living in these 3rd and long situations, must pass, is not a recipe that their offensive coordinator wants to operate in.
And no chance of a run back here. This one's going to sail out of bounds. So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time. They're led out by their quarterback, former first-rounder out of Alabama. It's Mac Jones.
There wasn't really anything fancy about the performance in last week's win, Mike. I mean, he had the one interception. He would clearly like to have that one back. But for the most part, I thought he did a nice job keeping the ball out of harm's way. However, it's clear after reviewing the film, he left a lot of opportunities out there. I think there was a lot of meat left on that bone. The 2 touchdown passes, those were great. If he's going to continue to lead his team to more wins in the future, he has to do a better job identifying those mismatches, finding those opportunities, and when they present themselves, he's got to take it. They really showed off their connection on that pitch and catch, Mike, and just really good ball placement and really good separation downfield. And when those two things align, it's just really challenging for a defender to stay with them and take that play away.
They can still get a first down at the 1. 1st and 10, they go from the 11. And that'll be a pickup of 3. Shotgun now for Jones. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down. Working from the gun, it's Jones. This one caught at the 4. And he is close to the pylon, but they say he's not in. But he's got the next best thing. No touchdown, but a first down. It's 1st and goal. They'll run it here with Etienne. And looked like he may have had a lane, but the defense shut it down quickly. He did not get in. It'll be 2nd down. Again, they give it to Etienne. And he is not going to get to the goal line. In fact, he's even going to lose yards on that play. And now it is 3rd and goal. Jones keeping this one. And he will do it himself. He's in. Mac Jones. Touchdown, Dragons. The ability for the quarterback to run with it. Greg, great choice there as he gets in the end zone for the touchdown.
Mike, what makes the zone read so effective down near the goal line is it forces the defense to account for an extra player. In this case, it's the quarterback. And when he sees that end crash, he pulls it, and he's able to take it in himself.
Makes the score Dragons 7, Antlers nothing.
$7-0 is our score as this kick is sent into the air. This taken at the 5. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Antlers offense ready to possess the football for the second time. They were forced to punt the first time through. It led to a touchdown, so down 7-0 as they get the ball back for 1st and 10. That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by Jerome Baker. And he's going to be out of bounds, but quite a turn of events here. He has set up the offense with 1st and goal.
So the first part of any interception is just end up with the ball in your hands, right? That's what every defensive coordinator wants. But anytime you can get yards on the return, that's just an added bonus. And that's what we see here. There's a little space, does a great job securing the catch, and all of those yards just set up for better field position as their offense takes the field.
The Dragons offense ready to see what they can do on their second possession. And they start in the best possible situation. It is 1st and goal. This is going to be caught for a touchdown. But there is a marker down, and you can tell they know this is coming back.
That's interference. Offense.
So a costly penalty here. It wipes away the touchdown. So now, after the interception, a sudden change situation. 1st and goal. And that is caught in the end zone. He's in. Marvin Mims. Touchdown, Dragons. That's the 5th touchdown for him on the year. That is a dream scenario. The offense handed the ball 1st and goal, and Greg, they take it to the end zone for 6.
They're not going to have many easier drives than that, Mike. I mean, to get the ball, not only in a short field, but in a goal-to-go situation, you don't get a lot of those chances. You have to cash them in, and that's exactly what they were able to do.
Folks' extra point is good. And the Dragons move out on top, 14-0. After the touchdown, out is Folk to kick this one away. Here comes a return from the 5. And he'll be taken down right at the 29-yard line. The Antlers offense ready to take over possession of the football. They trail by 2 touchdowns, so the time is now. Got to get that rally going. It starts with 1st and 10. They'll give it to Pollard to start this drive. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that one. They'll try again. It's 2nd and 10.
At the 29-yard line.
On play action. Stroud. Now he takes off.
Well, let's give credit here to the coverage unit, Mike. There was nowhere to go with the ball for that quarterback. He had no choice but to just tuck it down himself, and he's able only to pick up a short gain.
From the gun here on 3rd down, it's Stroud. That's caught. It's Evans. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield. First catch of the game for Evans, and he's got that 1st down. So a big 3rd down hookup takes us to the break. Plenty of scoring already. And EA Sports NFL Sunday returns after this. Here's 1st and 10. Now a handoff to Pollard. He'll inch forward for maybe a yard. The linebacker Jerome Baker there to make the play. Here's a 2nd and 9. From the shotgun, C.J. Stroud. That'll be caught. Juju Smith-Schuster. He'll get about 6 before he's taken down. 3rd down, 3 to go. From the gun, here's Stroud. He'll look for Pollard out of the backfield. And he's going to be taken down short of the marker. And that is going to set up an interesting 4th down decision. Stroud to throw. He'll look middle, and he's got his man complete.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL, Mike, is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible, and sometimes it's...
That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by Christian Roseboom. And the Dragons are going to get the football at their own 40.
Every once in a while, Mike, you see a quarterback predetermined before the snap where they're going to go with the ball, and I think that was the case here. He told himself, I'm throwing the ball to him no matter what, and it ends up being a costly mistake.
The Dragons offense and their big play wideout getting set for their next possession. Their lead sits at 14-0 here in this 2nd quarter, looking to run away with this one before halftime. On 1st and 10, here's Jones. There's a short one caught by Andrews. That's a nice pickup on a 1st down throw. It's a gain of 8. Here's 2nd and 2. Up the middle, here's Etienne. And it doesn't appear that he got to that 1st down marker. They'll only give him a yard, so it'll set up 3rd down. Jones gonna hang on to it here. And he's not gonna get the 1st down. They met him, brought him down in the backfield on 3rd and short.
The idea here for this offense is you're not really thinking necessarily touchdown. You're thinking 1st down. Let's get a fresh set of downs here and reset. But in this case, they suffer a loss, and it brings up 4th down.
And this one's going to land out of bounds as they'll mark it inside the 20. The Antlers offense ready to get back at it. They'll do so with 1st and 10. Here's Stroud. Short pass taken in by the tight end. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down. 2 minutes remain here in this 1st half. Greg and I will be right back after this. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. To throw is Stroud. That's out to the flat, and it's complete. That was not what they were hoping for. He's going to go out of bounds behind the line. A loss on that one. Got to get this to the 25. Here's 3rd down. Back to throw. Stroud. That's over the middle and taken in. He's got it. And he's going to have the 1st down. So they convert on 3rd down with a pickup of 9.
For the most part, he's been very accurate with the ball. I mean, he's completing over 60% of his passes, but because they haven't been able to get any big explosive plays, continue to push the ball downfield, hasn't really translated on the scoreboard just yet.
He's got the hookup to Mike Gesicki. A gain of 16 yards. That's enough for a 1st down.
And if he's late with that throw, Mike, there's a really good chance a defender could have made a play on it. But he does a beautiful job. He puts the ball out in front of his shoulder, leads the receiver, and allows him to get upfield and pick up the first down.
And they're going to work this down inside the 45. Now this offense going to use the first of their timeouts. Stroud to throw here on 1st and 10. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5.
A gain of 5 brings up 2nd and 5. At the 30.
Throwing is Stroud. He'll swing this one out wide to his running back. Now another timeout called by this offense. They have 1 remaining. They'll stop it with 40 seconds remaining in this first half. Stroud going to set up to throw. Now a screen. Here's Pollard. The screen works for 10 yards and a first down. Here's Stroud. He'll get this out to his running back. And with just 1 second remaining in the first half, they get the timeout. Here comes Blake Grupe for this field goal try. This a 48-yard attempt. Grupe's kick is good. And the Antlers are on the board just before halftime. So we've reached halftime here in this 11-point game. As we'll send you over to Orlando, our EA Sports halftime report with the coach. Jonathan, all yours.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. More from you and Greg in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll get started out in the capital city of Austin, Texas, where you see the final score there. The Orbits get back above 500 as they move to 3-2 with the victory. From there, we say, so long, America. Hello, England, as we head over the Atlantic to check out the action in London. And as you see, they were winners earlier this afternoon. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. And then lastly, on Monday Night Football, those fans will be riled up as it'll be a good matchup between their guys and what equates to be a very tough opponent. These two teams making their way back out of their locker room, so that means we're just about set for the second half. And to bring it your way, we go back out to Mike and Greg.
All right, Coach, thank you very much. We welcome you back. It is quarter number 3. Both teams ready to get back at it as we get back underway here on EA Sports. And their drive will begin at the 30-yard line. The Dragons offense ready to get going again. They'll have it first in this third quarter. They built a nice lead for themselves here. They'll try to add to that, beginning with first down. From the gun, it's Jones. That's over the middle to the tight end, Andrews. They get 11 and quickly pick up a first down. Jones. And we try to fit in the slant, and it was intercepted. Picked off by Nick Bonito. And he's going to set up his guys with great field position. A huge chance to cut into the deficit.
So we saw in the first half, Mike, they were willing to take some risks. It allowed them to build this halftime lead. Now the opposing sideline, they're looking to fight back. They're looking to cut that lead down. That's what that coverage seemed. It looked like they baited that quarterback to force that errant throw and lead to that turnover. Now it's their offense coming back on the field with a chance to cut this deficit.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. They'll go play action with Stroud. And he'll get this forward for positive yardage as he covers up in the end. Here's 2nd and 6.
At the 37-yard line.
From the gun, they'll give it. It's Pollard. Fighting off tacklers, pushing his way forward. Good gain of about 4. Here's 3rd and 2.
Makes it 3rd and 2.
They'll try and run for the 1st down with Pollard. And he's got nowhere to go. The defensive front controlling the line of scrimmage there. And that is going to bring up 4th down.
Depending on the situation or the down and distance, Mike, the linebackers have different reads. Sometimes they read the offensive lineman. Sometimes they read the running back. In this case, his read brings him right to the play. He's able to make a big stop and keep the gain to nothing.
He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Antlers cut the lead to 4. It's 10-6.
And I can tell you firsthand, Mike, when you find yourself trailing in a game, you don't feel very good about coming away with field goals. But in this case, it does get them a little bit closer and cut into this deficit.
And he'll bring it out to the 22-yard line. That's where the offense will take the field. The Dragons offense getting those helmets back on, ready to head out for their next possession. The advantage is 8. We'll see if they can make this a 2-score game on this drive. 1st down and 10. He connects with Palmer on that one. He's close to a 1st down. It's a gain of 9. Nice pitch and catch on 1st down. A good spot here. 2nd and a yard. Out of the gun, they'll give it to Etienne. And it doesn't appear that he got to that 1st down marker. They'll only give him a yard, so it'll set up 3rd down. Working from the gun, it's Jones. And he will have the 1st down. The drive will continue after a pickup of 8.
When you decide to throw the ball on 3rd and 1, typically, Mike, what you're doing is you start from the top down. If you have the big shot downfield, take it. If not, the quarterback works through his progression, finds the medium target, picks up a 1st down.
Jones now on 1st down. This one complete to Palmer. And they're going to move this ball inside the 25-yard line.
Those are the explosive pass plays that this team is going to continue to mine all day. And you can see pre-snap, the quarterback loved his matchup. He allowed his receiver to work downfield. Perfect throw, and now sets them up to try to see if they can finish this drive off with some points.
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. Now, Jones. Now a deep ball toward the end zone.
So I like the aggressiveness of the call, but as the rest of the game unfolds, Mike, there needs to be better overall execution. A little bit cleaner. Next thing you know, they're going to hit some of those big shots.
To the right, on the run, it's Etienne. And that one going to be closed down in the backfield. Great defensive play. Knifing it and dropping him for a loss. 3rd and long. Shotgun now for Jones. Under pressure, and he'll go down. They got him. That's the rookie out of Penn State, Chop Robinson, in for the sack.
Quarterback just has to get this ball out of his hands. I understand giving your guy a chance to pick up the 1st down. Let's see if he can get some space downfield past the sticks and put one on him. But once it's clear that's not going to work, this ball either needs to be thrown away, checked down, but you certainly don't want to continue to go backwards.
Folks' kick is good. And the Dragons will now make it an 11-point game. It's 17-6.
And this is what you want. I mean, you clearly have the advantage, but you want to continue to apply pressure. Can you score every time you get the ball? They're able to do that here. They tack on 3 and extend their lead.
And He is stopped at 25. The drive will begin then. The Antlers offense and running back Tony Pollard going to take over once again. From the 25, they'll go to work. 1st and 10. The drive starts. It's a carry by Pollard. He'll manage to get 2, maybe 3 on that carry. The linebacker Jerome Baker there to make the play. 2nd and 7. Now Stroud. That's going to be incomplete, and the clock will stop. Likely one more play in this 3rd quarter. From the shotgun, C.J. Stroud. He'll look for Pollard out of the backfield. And he'll be brought down on what will be the final act here in this 3rd quarter. Trailing late, they've got to go here. It's 4th down. And he's not going to be able to get away. Good defense on the perimeter. It'll be a loss of yardage.
So the offense dips into their RPO game, and the key for any defense defending it is everybody has to do their job. In this case, it's a give read, the running back gets the ball, and the defense makes a great stop on 4th down.
The visitors' offense headed back to take over once more. And it's looking like this could be another win for this team. That'd be 5 in a row to start the new season as they try to finish this one off. In motion comes Andrews. He'll get that complete to Dontavian Wicks. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. That's Palmer, the man in motion. ETN now on 1st and 10. Trying to avoid tacklers there, but the ball is out. One of his teammates is there to pick it up.
So as you start operating your red zone offense, of course it goes without saying, Mike, you're trying to score touchdowns. But the worst case scenario is that you bring your field goal unit and you at least try for 3. You have to protect the ball. Turnovers are the cardinal sin of red zone offense. In this case, they dodge a little bit of a bullet here. The ball comes loose. Fortunately for the ball carrier, his own team recovers it. They can keep their off.
Oh, he's going to be bottled up and taken down. They got him.
Outside of a turnover, this was probably the worst-case scenario. Immediate pressure in his face with nowhere to go with the ball downfield. Just get the ball out of your hand. Live to play another down. Instead, he retreats backwards and leads to a massive loss.
This a must-stop for this defense. Facing 3rd and long. And that is incomplete.
Throughout this entire game, we've really seen this quarterback operate very efficiently. Not only being able to spread the ball to multiple playmakers, Mike, but really complete a high percentage of his passes. So can't let that last incomplete break what's been a really nice rhythm so far.
And we will not have a return here. This one angled out of bounds. The home team's offense ready for this next possession. The deficit is double digits, so work to do as they begin this drive with 1st and 10. And that one's not fooling anyone. They were on that screen from the start, and a loss of yards on the play. So after the loss on 1st, here's 2nd and 14. From the gun, here's Stroud. Now, deep ball for London. And that ball out of reach toward the sideline. It'll be an incompletion. 3rd and long. Stroud. And And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down. To throw, it's Stroud. This is caught. He's got a long way to go.
So the key to this play is when you're going to play pass coverage and you're going to drop in depth, you have to understand if the quarterback drops the ball off short, you need to rally tackle. You need to limit the run after the catch. Don't let that receiver pick up the 1st down. That's exactly what this defense was able to do in this situation. Tackle him short of the chains, force the turnover on downs.
From the gun, a give to Etienne. And that one not going to net too much. He'll get this down to the 31. They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. Here's a run with their tight end. Maybe a couple there. It's 3rd down. Back to throw is Jones. He's got his man, right side, it's complete. Out of bounds, but in business. They mark him down near the 2. It'll be 1st and goal. That's a gain of 28.
Big-time completion right there, and this isn't just a spot where they're trying to run the game out here in the 4th quarter. They were not only trying to pick up points, but they're trying to get in the end zone and extend this lead. So really nice job here late. We're going to see if they can put this one out of reach.
That one taken in. Dontavian Wicks. Touchdown, Dragons.
It seems to me they were kind of holding this play call for this exact situation, Mike. 1st and goal down here near the goal line, and they had this one worked up all week. Simple pitch and catch, and it works to perfection.
Now, Folk, on for the extra point. His kick is good. And the Dragons will open it up even further here in this 4th quarter. After the touchdown, out is Folk to kick this one away. This taken in at the 8-yard line. And this will work out quite well. He'll get it all the way out to the 30-yard line. On 1st down, it's Stroud. Quickly to the outside and complete.
Certainly not the biggest play of the day, but a good example of picking up positive yardage, staying ahead of the chains by a well-timed ball and a well-timed route.
A 2nd down throw for Stroud. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
One of those plays where you like the idea, you just don't like the execution. I didn't feel the quarterback was overly comfortable in the pocket. Footwork, a little bit sloppy. All of a sudden now the pass is a little less accurate and an opportunity for a big shot. You end up falling short.
And he's going to get awfully close to the 1st down marker, but appears just to be a few inches short. That's caught. It's Evans. And he's going to be brought down inside the 15. Now this offense going to use the 1st of their timeouts, as they'll get it with still 1:20 left to go in the game.
You know, Mike, nice job here by the quarterback, just understanding on these early downs, you just don't want to go backwards. So he's able to avoid the negative play, pick up a little bit, and mostly avoid the sack.
And that'll go for a gain of 7, and it's going to set up 3rd down. Here's Stroud. That is caught, and they'll stop him just short of the goal line, but they are going to have enough to convert. It's going to be 1st and goal.
What an impressive drive this has really been, and it's a combination of big plays and 3rd down conversions. Now after that last 3rd down pickup, it's 1st and goal. They got a chance to finish this really impressive drive and come away with 6.
And this is going to be a touchdown. It's too little too late. We do get a bit closer as they score here in the final minute of play.
And this is where the threat of run just opens up everything else in your offense, especially when you have a premier back lined up behind center. And this is one of those cases where the defense is so worried about how do we stop this ground game. They don't have enough guys to account for everyone in the passing game, and results in an easy touchdown.
This one not quite over, but down a couple of scores. We're going to get an onside kick. He's to midfield.
Well, we knew, Mike, this was going to take a miracle. All they needed to do was recover this, score, recover another one, score again. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen, and this game's all but over.
The visitors' offense and Mac Jones heading back out onto the field. And we run you through the highlights here. It has been a very big performance from the quarterback position, instrumental in leading and executing, and now trying to finish strong and take his team to the finish line. 1st and 10. Victory formation here as he's down to a knee. So, it's a win for our visitors. They continue to be the hottest team in the NFL here in the first couple of months of the season as they remain unbeaten. So, that'll just about do it for Greg Olsen and our entire team. I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. With that, we say so long, everyone.
It's the NFL on EA Sports, and we'll get to see a battle for conference superiority. It's the Bisons and the Elks on Monday night.
Welcome in, everyone, to this presentation of the National Football League on EA Sports. So good to have you with us. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson. Greg, wild first month of the calendar in the NFL. Had some great games, some finishes that were pretty special, the usual surprises. Now, we hit October, and like you say, this is where the season really gets going.
Yeah, doesn't it just feel like on the NFL calendar, every month kind of has its own vibe, right? It's September. You're just starting to figure out how good you are. You don't even know how good your own team is, let alone the rest of the league. But once the calendar page turns to October,
So pleased to have you along. This should be a good one. We're set, and off we go here on EA Sports. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. This crowd ready in anticipation, their offense taking the field for the first time. They'll be led out by the former #1 overall pick back in the 2015 draft, former Heisman winner as well, Jameis Winston.
if his preparation for this game is any indication of how he's going to perform today, Mike, they're going to be hard to beat. He played really well last week, but when we talked to his coaches, they told us, they're like, he has lived here all week. He has taken his level of play even up another notch. And if he can continue to operate this system, continue to get all of his weapons involved, this leadership, this ability to lead by example, it's going to rub off on the rest of this offense. I think they're going to have a good chance of changing from last week's loss to coming away today with a victory.
Open man left side is Brown. He's got it. They face second down and 7. Now the first carry for Cam Akers. And he'll weave his way down close to that first down. Going to come up just a little shy. It's going to be third down and short. Out of the gun, it's Winston. And he's going to pick up the first down. He knew where that marker was and made sure he got beyond it.
Really just comes down to everybody understanding the situation. You realize, how many yards do I need to get for the first down? And just make sure at least one of my receivers is past the sticks. That's where he went with the ball, and they're able to convert. These edge rushers, they are judged by their sack totals, Mike. They love to rush the passer. But they have responsibilities in the run game as well. Great job here, keeping it to no gain.
Second down throw for Jameis. That's going to be caught by Gray. They hook up again, second time on this drive, and this one's good for 18 yards and a first down.
Really nice throw there. The ability to throw the ball out on the perimeter. Yes, arm strength and all of that, but it's also timing. The timing of the route. When is that wide receiver coming out of his break to deliver that ball accurately as his head comes around? If the ball's thrown too early, the receiver's not ready. If the ball's thrown too late, that's when disaster strikes.
They'll come up now for second down and 4. From the gun, Winston. He connects with Gray on that one. And that's going to be a first down. A pickup of 9. They'll run here with Akers. His defense all over this one. They get him down behind the line. It's a loss of a couple.
How often do we see linebackers be so fast trying to track down the ball carrier that they end up actually overrunning the play and allowing the running back to cut back? But not this guy. Does a great job staying in phase, stretching this ball out sideways, and he brings him down for a loss.
A lengthy opening drive now comes to this. It is third down. To throw is Winston. Under pressure, and down he goes. They got him.
Sometimes you just have to know when the play is over and live to play another down. He has pressure coming right at him, and instead of just throwing the ball away, he tries to escape, he tries to get creative, and he ends up losing a lot more yards than he should have.
Cam Little for this field goal attempt. This one from 41 yards out. Little's kick is good. And the Elks are out to an early 3-0 lead.
And that's a good drive right out of the gate. They're able to make some plays, move the ball down the field. I know they didn't get a touchdown, but that is a good positive result.
Jamal Agnew now to return. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time. They are led by the former Heisman Trophy winner out of LSU, Jaden Daniels.
Some games, the quarterback can just go out there and just take what the defense gives them. They don't have to necessarily create a lot of opportunities for their teammates to go out and perform, and they can still come away with the win. I think today, though, he's going to be asked to carry a little bit more of a load, make some more plays happen, be a little bit more assertive. If he does that, his team's just going to continue to get better and better, and it's going to be a tough matchup.
Here's 2nd and 3 to go. Operating from the gun, it's Daniels. And they get this one across midfield to the 47-yard line.
This may look like a simple connection, Mike, just pitch and catch, but I can promise you the amount of time these two guys have spent together on the practice field, in the meeting rooms, just getting on the same page, seeing the game through the same set of eyes, it makes what's pretty difficult seem a lot easier.
Set to go now on 1st and 10. Working out of the gun, it's Daniels. And they'll take this down inside the 35.
Not a whole lot complicated about this play, Mike. That was understanding where the holes of the defense were. Remember, in this zone coverage, you got to find green grass, get past the first down marker, be friendly to the quarterback, and then the ball has to be out on time before those zone defenders can react to the receiver. It's exactly how it played out here. You can draw up all the fancy plays you want, but when the quarterback and the receiver see it through the same set of eyes, it's virtually impossible to stop.
That's 13 more on that play, and quickly another first down. From the shotgun, it's Daniels. And he will get into the end zone. Najee Harris, touchdown Bisons. It's his 3rd touchdown on the year.
We all make such a big deal, Mike, when we see a quarterback go through his progression and deliver a deep downfield strike for a touchdown. But sometimes, just take what's easy, the easy pitch and catch, get an underneath completion. That's exactly what the quarterback does here, takes what the defense gives them, and when you have a playmaker like that on the outside, they can do the rest with their feet after the catch, and the end result is still a touchdown.
Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. He fields it at the 8. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. The Elks offense ready now for their 2nd drive. They trail by 4. A touchdown gives them the lead. Drive begins with 1st and 10. Winston. The reception for Rondale Moore. And he'll be taken down up at the 40-yard line. Here's Akers. He'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
You want to see linebackers play downhill, Mike, meaning there's not a lot of side-to-side pursuit. They're attacking the line of scrimmage, attacking the ball carrier. That's exactly what we saw out of this guy here. He's able to make the stop at the line of scrimmage and keep it to no gain.
A gain there of 10 yards. And that will be a first down. Gray is the motion man here. Winston to throw on first down. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be second down. On the ground, it's Akers. Not a whole lot there as he'll work it down to the 46. The rookie, Terrion Arnold, there on the stop. Here comes 3rd and 6. They'll go play action. It's Winston. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down. The Elks getting set to punt. Back deep, the dangerous Jamal Agnew. The Bison's offense and running back Najee Harris getting set to take over once more. And he's been a big component of the passing game so far. You see the numbers here in the first half. This defense will need to find a way to key in on him because he's eating them up right now. The tight end going in motion to the left. They'll start this on the ground, and it's Harris. Trying to find somewhere to move forward, but nothing going. Tackled for the loss of a yard. Lost one on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. Now Daniels. He's got that complete to Knox. And he's going to be taken down as we hit the 2-minute warning here in this first half. So it'll be 1st and 10. They'll scrimmage at the 33. Here's Daniel. He keeps it himself. And Daniels will slide to a stop. Wise move as a young quarterback. That's how you stay around and become a vet. He picked up the 1st down. Taking advantage of the room to run, a gain of 19 on the scramble.
They got to do a better job of keeping the quarterback contained in the pocket all week, Mike, against mobile quarterbacks. You talk about rushing as a group. This time they get a little undisciplined with their rush lane integrity, and he makes them pay.
Now Daniels throwing on 1st and 10. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. They'll throw with Daniels. That's brought in by the tight end, Knox. And he'll be very close to a 1st down. Won't quite have enough, but now a much more advantageous spot. Now this offense going to use the first of their timeouts. They'll talk things over before 3rd down. From the shotgun on 3rd down, Daniels. And he's going to have the 1st down as he gets out of bounds, and he stopped the clock as well.
What that play call tells me is that play caller made up his mind. We're on 3rd and inches. If we don't get it, we're going for it on 4th down. So he really treated that 3rd down like 2nd down. They work the outside part of the field, simple pitch and catch. It's a nice pickup.
And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down. Keep it in the air. Here's Daniels. Godwin working the right side. Now another timeout called by this offense. They have 1 remaining as they'll stop it just a little bit over 30 seconds to go in this first half. So here's a 1st and 10 now down inside the 20. Throwing again, Daniel. He finds J.D. Reed for the grab.
Defense does a nice job here initially using zone coverage to take away the middle of the field. That's the most valuable real estate in football. Quarterback gets off his first read, sees some openings to the sideline, and him and his receiver are able to connect.
To the air again is Daniels. A pass taken in by Harris. And this drive's going to continue. They bring him down, but not before he picks up first and goal for his team. Now the offense will use their third and final timeout as they stop it with 16 seconds to go in the opening half. This has been some kind of march downfield. Now, can they pay it off with 6? It's first and goal. Daniels going to throw again. To the back of the end zone. He's got it. Jaden Reed. Touchdown, Bison.
You know, he spent so much time talking about the heroics of a game-winning drive to end in the fourth quarter in 2-minute mode. But let's talk about a 2-minute mode, Mike, at the end of the first half. It might not be in walk-off fashion, but I'll tell you what, executing that here going into halftime changes this entire game.
The extra point, up and good. And the Bisons extend their advantage to 14-3. Very little time remaining in this first half as this kick is away. This one will be taken in the end zone. No run back forthcoming. And the ball coming out to the 30-yard line. And they're just going to run it here up the middle. The hole closes quickly. He'll pick up about 3. So we have hit halftime here on a Monday night as we send you to our studios in Orlando. Here's Jonathan Coachman. He's got the EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. As mentioned, this is the EA Sports Halftime Report. Time to take a look around the NFL and find out what's going on this fine Sunday. We'll get started out in the capital city of Austin, Texas, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. The Orbits get back above 500 as they move to 3-2 with the victory. From there, let's head off and check out a second game. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. These two teams ready for the second half, and so are we. So let's get you back out to Mike Tirico and Greg Olson.
Coach, thank you. Back here on EA Sports as we count down to the kickoff of the second half. The dangerous Mecole Hardman on the return. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Bice offense going to have a first crack at it as we begin this third quarter. They'll begin with 1st and 10. They send the tight end in motion. Daniels now on 1st down.
When you put plays like this on tape, it sends a message to every defender across the league. When you play this offense and this guy has the ball, you better bring it when you come to contact him, because if not, you're going to be on the wrong end of it.
On 2nd down, it's Daniels. To the left side, to Godwin. And he is out of bounds on the other side of midfield. They get 25 on that connection. That's enough for a 1st down.
And another great throw. And I'll tell you what, Mike, so far today, this certainly does not look like a rookie quarterback. I mean, he is in complete control of this offense.
On 1st down, Daniels. This one is caught by Reed. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. Here's a give left side to Harris. He'll be brought down. It was a nice pickup, but a penalty flag on the play. Early indications of a hold. Daniels to throw on second down. Back to the sideline and intercepted. Picked off by Ahkello Witherspoon.
I think you chalk this one up, Mike, to just a rookie mistake. And anytime you have a young signal caller behind center, you're going to have to deal with some of these ups and downs. Every once in a while, they're just not going to see the coverage. They're going to get baited into making a bad throw. That's kind of par for the course. The key is how fast can these rookie quarterbacks turn the page, move on, and not make the same mistake again.
The Elks offense ready for their first possession of this second half. They'll start it here with a 1st and 10. Off the RPO, they'll get it to Brown.
The timing of these RPO concepts, that's the entire key. Remember, Mike, in the college game, they get a 3-yard window that they're allowed to be downfield, even on a forward pass. That's not the rule in the NFL. These decisions have to be made quickly. If not, even after a good pickup, you could be coming back due to a flag.
Here's a 3rd down and 4. Out of the gun, it's Winston. That one on target to Moore. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Akers. And he'll fight forward for a couple of yards, but a flag is down, and the linemen are already walking back. They'll send a tight end in motion right. From the gun, Winston. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end.
Well, let's give some credit to the big boys up front in the trenches. They knew that blitz was coming. They held up just long enough that the quarterback could get that ball out safely and results in a completion.
Now, whistles here. Looks like one of the defenders got a head start.
Still 2nd down.
On play action, Winston. He connects with Gray on that one. And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line.
Whatever they've talked about in the locker room at the halftime break seems to have worked. They've come out with a new established energy. You could see it when they took the field. Now this offense seems to be building on it because with that chunk play, just a little bit of rhythm that they can build off of. They got a long way to go to get back into this game, but so far off to a good start.
And he is fortunate to get past the line of scrimmage. Call it a yard at most. The rookie, Terrion Arnold, there on the stop. They'll motion a tight end right. On 2nd down, Winston. Short pass taken in by the tight end. And that's going to be a 1st down. A pickup of 9. Throwing, Jameis. This one complete. Right side, it's Watson. Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming.
At the 11-yard line.
2nd down throw for Jameis. He's got it at the 3. To the goal line and in. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Touchdown, Elks. Greg, sometimes we say it too often. That was an important drive. That one really felt important for them to edge a little bit closer.
Yeah, now the question is, Mike, yeah, the offense does their job, but can the defense get a stop? They've got to continue to get the ball back to their offense. Let them build on that previous drive because they've still got some work to do.
Here's Winston at the line. His team ready to go for two.
Line up for a two-point conversion.
Back to throw. He'll swing that out wide. And he's going to be stopped in the backfield. Taken down back at the 3.
So they decide to put the ball in the air, which I don't mind on this two-point try, but their execution was just a little bit off, and it's not going to work out in their favor this time around.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. Hardman now to return it. And a decent return there. He'll get this up just shy of the 30. The Bison's offense ready to get back to work. The lead is 5 as they're going to start with this first down. They'll throw with Daniels. That's brought in by the tight end, Knox. And he's close to a first down. It's a gain of 9. Nice pitch and catch on first down. 2nd and a yard. A run with Harris. Whoa! 15-yard pickup there. And that will be a first down.
Well, after not having much success in the first half, they're able to get something going on the ground here to start the third quarter. I'd love to see the play caller mix in some play action, mix in some pass game. That should open up some of these holes for better situations to run the ball.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. Working out of the gun, it's Daniels. The open man is Reed. He's got it. And they'll take this down inside the 35.
A lot could go wrong anytime you decide to put the ball in the air here late in the fourth quarter as you're trying to run out the clock and protect this lead. But at the same time, I like that they haven't gone super conservative, just handoff right, handoff left, and it just turns into tackling practice. So I like the balance of making the defense defend everything, because right now, possess the ball, protect the ball, and ultimately just run the clock out.
And he's close to another first down as he's brought down just shy of the marker. Here's 2nd and 2. From the shotgun, it's Daniels. He's got that complete to Knox. And he'll get about 5 here as he's out of bounds with a first down. Throwing again, Daniels. Quick throw here is complete.
Receiver just finds himself in a really nice groove, and there's these weird times in the game, Mike, where it just seems like every ball comes your way, every play they call, you're wide open, and you just find yourself in one of those grooves that athletes talk about. So they got to continue to ride the hot hand, because right now on that field, there's no mistaking who it is.
Jaden Reed was the intended target, and it's going to bring up a third down. To the air again is Daniels. He pulls it in around the 5. And he's going to have the first down. They convert on 3rd, and it sets up a 1st and goal. Daniels going to throw again. And this is too far over the end line. It's incomplete. Line of scrimmage remains the 4-yard line. It's 2nd and goal. Keep it in the air. Here's Daniels. There's that man again. Another catch.
I think the rest of those receivers in the huddle have all come to the realization that they might not be getting a target anytime soon. And frankly, I don't blame them. I mean, they're riding the hot hand, and rightfully so. Until this defense proves that they can stop him in the passing game, I expect the quarterback to just continue to go back to him time and time again. These are the worst. I had a couple years, Mike, where I swear I got tackled inside the 1-yard line 10 times, and then you look back and you're like, man, how many touchdowns did I leave on the board?
And he's into the end zone. That might be the knockout punch. Najee Harris, touchdown Bisons. That's his second touchdown of the game. He's doubled his season output. He now has 4. The extra point now coming from Blankenship. He's got it. And the Bisons will open it up even further here in this fourth quarter. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. Ty Chandler now to bring it back. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. Following the kickoff, we have an injured player on the field. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. One of the tight ends motions right. On 1st and 10, here's Winston. Gets it away quickly, and it's caught. And he's going to get this to the 37-yard line. Here's 1st and 10. To throw, Winston. Pass complete, it is St. Brown. 2nd down, 8 for the 1st down. Right back to St. Brown. They connect again. And he's taken down inside the opponent's 35. So, 2 minutes to play here in the second half. We'll come back and finish this one off after this. They'll drop to throw. Firing right side, brought in by Brown. Now this offense going to use the first of their timeouts.
Well, so often we see quarterbacks standing in the pocket, holding it, seeing if they can create something downfield. Well, not that play. That play was simple. Snap the ball to the quarterback, spit it out into the hands of your receiver, and let's see what he can do.
That is caught. And he's in. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Touchdown, Elks. That his second touchdown tonight.
Well, that was step one. The offense did their job, get this thing back within one possession, so they're still alive. But now they've got to find a way to get a little bit of luck and find a way to get the ball back, and it's not going to be easy.
A one-score game late. You figure they got to have this one as they'll try an onside kick. Past midfield.
All right, good effort, just doesn't work out, but it's not over. Remember, they still got 2 timeouts in their back pocket. They've got to use them quickly. They've got to get 3 stops, force a punt, and see what happens when the offense gets the ball.
The Bison's offense and Jaden Daniels ready to take over once more. And he has been in control of this offense. Want to run you through some of the action from earlier on. You've got the 2 touchdown passes, over 200 passing yards. He has been excellent all game long. In motion, Reed. They run it over center with Harris. And nothing on that one, back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it. They'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. They send him right out of the slot. Another run here with Harris. And once again, they try the same runner. They get the same result. Back-to-back carries of no gain. Now it's 3rd down. Moore going in motion. On 3rd down, they'll throw with Daniels. Oh, the pressure too much. He goes down.
Up until this point, this pass rush has been pretty non-existent, so a pretty good time in the game to get their first sack. They're trying to get off the field and give the ball back to their offense and see if they can pull off this comeback.
On fourth down, here comes the veteran Thomas Morstead to punt as they try to play the field position game here, protecting a fourth quarter lead. That is fielded at the 13. And he'll get a few yards back here on the return before being forced out of bounds. The Elks offense ready to take over once again. The deficit is 5, so they'll try to put a drive together here, and they'll begin it with 1st and 10. Out of the gun, it's Winston. A dive and a catch. Incredible. Final minute, no timeouts at their disposal. It's 1st and 10. It is caught left side by St. Brown. Now, 2nd and 4. From the gun, Winston. That is incomplete, so the task gets more difficult. Time for maybe 2 plays. That's it. Big play in the game right here. It's 3rd down. That'll be incomplete. And now we are down to likely just 1 more play.
It's been a bit of a pedestrian game for this quarterback and ultimately this passing game here today, Mike. And I know they all would have loved to connect on that deep throw. I think that stat sheet would have looked a whole lot different, but just a little off in their execution and leads to an incompletion.
And that's going to be incomplete. The defense holds here in the final minute, and they're going to get out of here with a victory. So it's a win for our visitors. And that's now 4 victories in a row as they continue to play as well as anyone in the NFL. So that'll do it for us. For Greg Olson and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. Good night, everybody.